Okay, what's up? Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to figure out how to move my keyboard and microphone, but ultimately I actually don't think I have to, because since I'm gonna play Minecraft today, the only keys I need to worry about are Shift, Control, WASD, maybe Q, and not a whole lot else. So that means I'm gonna entirely be using my left hand, which is roughly at the same position regardless of where my keyboard is positioned. So that's kind of nice, I suppose. Let's launch into it. If I'm being real, I don't like how many updates Minecraft is getting right now. I really don't. Like, I'll keep updating because from a creative mode perspective, I actually do kind of like some of these updates because they add new blocks and stuff to play around with in a sandbox kind of environment. But from a survival mode perspective, I almost feel like Minecraft should have kind of stopped getting so many updates at some point, right? Because like the anything beyond the update, I think that added elytras and phantoms, I'm not as well versed in. It just felt like there was way too much to keep track of. But ultimately, since I'm playing creative mode, oh, my stream seems to be stuttering a little bit. What the fuck is going on with my internet? My disk is shitting itself. Why? Okay, 2000 kilobits per second, 2400, 2800. I'm just gonna wait for that to creep back up to 6000 where it should be. Okay, we're at 4000. This is very unusual, guys. I promise. Okay, 5300, 5600. I think it was just because it was having to load the world. Yeah, okay, we're back at 6000. What the fuck happened with my CPU just there? Jesus. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, so provided I don't have to, like, reload the world or anything, I should be fine. Okay. We're in. Hackers hate him. So this is the Minecraft world as it currently stands. I've been adopting... I'm not going to have any music playing this time because I want to be able to hear myself think. And there's also some stuff I wanted to talk about, and I can't really do that if there's music playing. I have a very hard time cutting through the music if that's the case. I swear I used to be better at that back in like 2022 and 23, but I can't do that anymore. Yeah, this is the world as it stands right now. I've made a considerable amount of additions to the Minecraft world. Christ. Microphone actually fell off my desk. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Most of the additions have been along the rail lines. Particularly the thing I've been working on for the past few months is this development here, going out from the airport that my dad built over that way. And so I'll go through this real quick just to show it off. I actually started naming these neighborhoods. I like to give them names. It feels like, to me, it gives the world character. I also keep some of these around. These are kind of like art exhibits or whatever that also give the world character. Remember, I did one for this giant-ass apartment building, which I built on stream, by the way. It kind of mapping out the general structure of what I wanted to do. And so what I did was I tried to do some brainstorming, like, okay, what are some basic shapes of houses that I could do, right? Where each block represents like a room, and vertically each block represents like a level. I could do something like this, I could do something like this, could do something like this, or this, or this. You know, have like a courtyard here. Do something like that. You know, some of these look like Tetris pieces, but, you know, it was an idea. And then I actually started implementing one of these. This is a house that I built first in creative mode, then in a modded survival world. And that's actually my main survival world, if you can believe it, more so than vanilla Minecraft. And so I did my best, minus a few modded features, to port this house over into the creative world, just by, like, recreating it block by block. This setup is a tiny bit different, but I'm very fond of this house. The interior of it makes me feel like this big man ting. You know, really like the feeling of having a big house in a Minecraft survival world. It feels very adventurous and cozy at the same time. You know, like, oh yeah, I can go on a bunch of adventures, and I still have this big, reliable base of operations from which to take supplies and whatnot. Um, but actually, well, I guess I'll wait for some people to show up to start the recap of Super Smash Con Supernova, because that's a tournament I went to recently. But for now, I will continue exploring my Minecraft world. I do fully intend this to be like a considerably longer stream than what I usually do. This house is a loosely based, like very, very loosely, based off of a real house. Or rather, I should say it's based off of like, several design concepts from real houses in the Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa, because of the way that a central courtyard actually assists airflow. You know, like, if we're imagining this to be a desert environment, so it's a very hot environment, you want a house that has good airflow, so it's not, like, very hot. And, you know, I put a little garden. I'm actually partial to the really small houses, because these are very viable designs for survival mode, you know? Not as viable a material, of course. It's kind of hard to get your hands on smooth sandstone, but, you know, you do what you can. But you know, if you replace this with rough sandstone, just regular-ass sandstone, it'd be a lot easier to make this. Obviously, birch wood, not that difficult to get a hold of. Instead of a lantern, you could have a torch here. You know, glass, obviously, if you're building in the desert, there's no shortage of sand. You know, all this stuff should be, like, relatively easy to come by. Decent amount of storage for how small the house is. And, you know, you take advantage of the fact that if you're building it at ground level, you can kind of hide some stuff in the walls. It's cool. I kind of like it. Kind of like this as a template of survival houses. Just a real small kind of thing. Then, of course, for every 10 residential buildings, I will also build one commercial or industrial building to kind of indicate that this is a real settlement, or like a real town or city. Here we have Breezy Flats. I named this neighborhood here Breezy Flats. Sandstone mining. Like, basically, yeah, you know, it's not mining necessarily for valuable minerals and whatever, but we're just, like, chunking out huge amounts of sandstone so that, like, we can use it for construction material. You know, I figured it'd be cool if you had some kind of burgeoning distribution system, like economic system, in a Minecraft world, where one of the primary concerns was, how do we distribute construction material and, like, tools and food? Because that's the kind of stuff that I usually do in Minecraft. A lot of this is going to be colored by how I play the game in survival mode. I have a nice apartment building here. Breezy Flats Apartments on a dark desert highway. I actually wasn't even listening to Hotel California when I built this. I just happened to think of the song because it was, you know, dark desert highway. I think it was nighttime when I wrote these signs. And it's a good song. And of course, after I wrote those signs, I actually went and listened to Hotel California, because it's a good song. Go in here. All the units are identical on the inside. Sometimes I get kind of ambitious with my apartment buildings, and I will incorporate slightly different layouts to the interior of these apartment units. But if I go actually to the top floor, you have the staircase at the back here. I kind of like this this model of staircase building, because these don't snap to the glass like a full block does. So you have this nice balcony here. Let's go into unit 3-9. Have a nice big window. You got your storage, kitchen, and work area. again, it's like very survival mode oriented, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it kind of caters to the idea of what I think a a social landscape or society should look like, where like the interior of your home is not so much a concern as the environment that your home is in, and that there are things to do and other people around in that environment. So like, you know, the importance of there being like commercial buildings and transit networks nearby each residential neighborhood. Ooh, you can tell it's getting dark. I love the resource pack that I have installed, by the way. If I go here, you can see I downloaded the Golden Days resource pack. Shoutouts to the to Poetic Rainbow. I made my own minorly edited version because there were some textures that I wasn't a huge fan of. But look, that's not a, you know, slight to the resource pack. Creating a resource pack takes a shit ton of effort, and they went so far as to make a custom light map, which it took me a while to figure out how to get it to work. That was an issue I was having. But it actually brings back the old Minecraft lighting system. So torches and sunlight, or like torches and other light sources, no longer give off an orange tinted light. Every light map is now a straightforward grayscale, and you can actually see one by one the light levels deteriorating. The light levels are much darker. See, I even have it at default. This isn't at moody lighting, and it's getting pretty dark. Of course, you got the classic sounds as well. I'm very partial to old school Minecraft's visual and sound design. So you got this apartment, got this commercial building here. This is a template of house that I really, really like, and so I built it out of brick this time. I also built it, this is, believe it or not, this is inspired by the manga Blame. I imagined, like, I tried to basically take that house and be like, okay, if this were in the world of Blame, with the giant, like, self-iterating city that is governed by AIs that basically resemble kind of a, like, almost the same alienating force that modern AI represents, except the AI in Blame is sentient, and the AI here is just a random fucking algorithm, like Gaussian blurring machine. And so I think I did pretty well to represent, like, if you know, you could see this being in the world of Blame. And one thing I've actually started to pay increasing amounts of attention to is making sure that I'm not building a house that's just meant for one person. You know? Like, usually when I build a house, I always want to try and make sure, for the most part, that there's, like, a double bed. Unless it's, like, directly based off of a... Well, sometimes even if it is based off a survival house. You know, you can see in this house, this is also the social element of these houses that I build, like this one particularly. This is also inspired by the world of Blame, because Blame is a very, very lonely world. You could, you know, in the world of Blame, there are several panels where the main character walks around for literal centuries without ever interacting with another person. You know, without ever seeing another living being. And so I wanted it to be, like, you know, capable of hosting a couple of people. Made these little apartments. This was kind of an experiment. This is Sweet Oasis. This neighborhood is called Sweet Oasis. That's what I called it, I guess. Go up here. I believe this was inspired by, like, one of those YouTube channels on that do, like, Minecraft builds. I really love those YouTube channels, by the way, because they sometimes I'll just straight up copy their builds, and it's very nice to have those as additions in the Minecraft world. I find it actually gives it character to pull from different to copy from different, like, sources, so that it feels like there's multiple people living here and different, like, styles. But this one I think was my own design. I just decided to... It was kind of based off of those videos, and I made it in, like, this ring formation, you know, as this little apartment where all of the main features are off to the side, and then the center is, like, you know, the place where you're just kind of standing around. Then actually, this is one thing, this is what made it kind of an experiment, is that the top floor is made of fundamentally different materials than the bottom floor. You can see this, I mean, because it's above ground, it has windows. It's made out of mangrove wood. I kind of wanted to make stuff out of more diverse, different kinds of wood. I tend to default, you can see if you just look around, I tend to default to the materials that would be present in the older versions of Minecraft a lot. You know, the brick, the oak wood. You can see there's a lot of that, the cobblestone, because I think that just looks good, you know? But, you know, I want to make some strides in incorporating newer materials, and I think this looks quite good. The, you know, the like, you can see there's the little awning over the windows and stuff like that. I tried to give the roof some texture as well, using like trapdoors and slabs and whatnot. And then each of these little... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That is not what I meant to do. I think I messed something up. Nope, never mind, I got it. Okay, yeah. So what I did here was basically I have a like water elevator going down, and I used one of the features from new Minecraft that I actually really like and that I've taken advantage of is the water logging feature. If you have an incomplete block, like a trapdoor or a slab or stairs or a fence, and you put it in a source block of water, or you put a source block of water on top of it, it will actually keep the block of water. It'll waterlog the block, and so the water can still flow. So you can do this. You used to not be able to do that. I remember so distinctly. Actually, no, I got part of that wrong. You can still block off water with a trapdoor, or a regular door if you're underwater. They kept that part of it. But yeah, here's the underground portion. You can see the layout is mostly the same with respect to like where things are placed, but there's no windows. And I tried to make a nice textured assortment of mud bricks and dried earth. Terre crue is I think that means like dried earth or packed earth in French. Brique crue. And then this is I think dried brick or something like that. See, the translation isn't necessarily one-to-one. Also, this is meant to be like a bedside table, but the scaffolding texture is a little bit different in this resource pack, so. The color does match better, though, so I think I'd like that. So yeah, I got nice texture, got some paintings. It's real nice. Big fan of this painting. I like some of the new paintings they added in later versions. You can see this one here is from one of those like YouTube channels that I mentioned before that does all the Minecraft builds, where I just copied it basically, and I found I don't know if I copied this one-to-one. I think I might have taken some liberties on the interior, but nonetheless, stuff like this does give me ideas. Then I have variations. One of the things I usually like to do with houses that are my own idea, like this one, you can see there's variations on a theme. I experimented basically with having this house be a split level dwelling. So you enter between the first and second floor. You go to the left here, you go downstairs. I really like this with the windows peering out at the ground level. You have this, you know, nice little setup down here. And again, it's like a nice little survival dwelling that's comfortable for all of your survival mode needs. You know, this one doesn't have as much storage, I think. But you can add more for sure. Yeah, see, there's a little bit here. There's some there as well. In fact, because of the nature of this as like a half basement, you could even just dig down another floor, have it be like 3 levels, and have a floor solely dedicated to storage, and that could kind of extend the usefulness of this basic design. This is another bigger version of the split level. In fact, I want to show you guys the artistic journey of this particular template of house that I took to designing. It's going to start all the way on the other side of the map here. We're going to fly over this massive city that I built. Every single block in this city, with the exception of, I think, those two houses right there. You can see these two big ones. And that chunk. All of the other blocks, with the exception of that, was placed by me, block by block, by hand, one by one, over the course of, I think now 11 years. I've had this world for 11 years. And I've been just sort of building things that strikes my fancy. Oh yeah, by the way, also, that house and that house were built also block by block, house pyramid, but by my dad rather than me. He dabbles in some Minecraft too. If we come over here, we can see, yes, okay, here we go. This is what I wanted to show. So this house, and this one too, but I think this one more so. You know what, actually no, I remember I built this one first, so we'll start with this one. This is something I found in a, like, housing catalog, and I just built, straight up. This is, the dimensions of this house are copied from a real-world house. This is a real house, you know, that I've done my best to port into Minecraft. It's got a couple bedrooms. In fact, it has 3 bedrooms. A little bathroom there, right? And I was like, you know what? I actually kind of like the design of this house because it's kind of doing a lot with not a lot of space, you know? And it seems like of all of the houses that would, you know, be really large and stuff like that, it seems like this one comparatively wouldn't take a lot of resources. I kind of like, you know, that I could recreate this one. And so then there's a couple more recreations of it along this same strip here. But then this is the first iteration of that house. You can see the roof for this one is quite steep. I think this was a creative liberty that I took. But I decided, you know what? If I just do slabs here, I think this looks a little bit better. Right? So we go inside. Same basic design, except I think the entrance to the kitchen is over here. Try to make this area look a little bit cleaner. Come up here, you got the bedrooms again. Same interior design. Got the bathroom. And so on. And the bathrooms, of course, are decorative in Minecraft because, you know, they didn't invent showers in Minecraft yet. So that's like the early iteration of that house, right? That influences sort of the tapering of, this is like the biggest influence for the tapering of the roof, right? I really like this tapering, the gentle tapering, you know? I do like this as well, but this kind of loses its luster. It looks a little bit weirder when you get roofs that are larger. See, like here, it starts to look a little bit like, you can see the size of this triangle silhouette here relative to the base rectangle supporting it. Like, the ratio there gets a little bit weird in a hurry. It might not be the greatest example. I'm sure I can find another one. But as we go this way, you see, here we go. This is the first iteration of the house that's truly like, this is now what I build in survival mode, right? This is based off that other house, and I decided, you know what, I want to try to basically recreate that house in a way that gives it, like, I want to have it elevated by 1 block so you can see the foundation, and I want to recreate it in a way that's feasible for me to construct in survival mode as a survival house. So as a result, this only has 1 bedroom. So you can see the ground floor here. There's a little bit more space. You know, the kitchen looks pretty basic. And then, staircase is a little bit different. And the dimensions on the inside are slightly smaller, because since this is a house in survival mode, it's only meant for 1 person, and that's me. Right? My dad and I had a land world a little while back, and by a little while back, I mean several years ago. And I built this exact house in that land world. And I really liked this design. So I basically, like, found ways to keep making that design over and over again. So we have the basic form of it here, right? The basic version. Then what I did So I started playing with the dimensions a little bit. Here's one with a different tapered roof. Here's one where you change the orientation of which dimension is the front, which one is the side, right? Then we go up here to the jungle, where I only built one or two developments of residential buildings, because it's kind of hard to build in the jungle, even when you're in creative mode. Where are they? Yeah, here we go. I started experimenting with shrinking the dimensions. Now, basically, I took the basic dimension for, okay, the kitchen is kind of like a 2x2 or 2x3 or 3x3 thing. And basically, ordinarily, this right here would stretch over this way, right? Like the little open area would ordinarily be here. But now you open the door and it's just the kitchen, and then the stairs are right here. And this was yet another iteration to make it yet more feasible to build in survival mode. This is a little bit more decorative. In survival mode, I would probably have barrels here instead of, these two deep slate bricks. But this actually looks really nice because it's kind of like a stone oven. And you go up here and you got the bedroom. Same dimensions, but now, you cut out some of the fat that's more aesthetically nice in creative mode. And there you go. Same basic design, but for survival mode this time. And then here again, same design, but different tapered roof. Then, are there any other iterations? Here's one. This is an iteration of that same design with jungle wood, and I think this is, yeah, dark oak logs. I think this combination looks really good. In fact, I use dark oak logs specifically because if I pick out spruce logs, I think that actually looks a little bit too bright. I think if you had jungle wood planks and spruce logs, it would be a little bit harsher on the eyes. So I think, and this is one of the instances where I'm really happy that I made jungle wood look good, and where I think it looks really good. If you use it with a softer color log, with still the same kind of shade, darkness, it's much softer on the eyes. So again, same basic shape, outside and in. That was me sort of experimenting with different materials. And then I think, yeah, there's a bunch of iterations of another house design that I really like over here, but that is neither here nor there. It's not what I am worried about. So that is the, early, or not early, that's sort of the intermediate phases of me developing and iterating upon this house design right here that I really like. That actually came from this house design way over here. That is a real world house that you can find in a housing catalog. Like, somebody lives in a house that has those interior dimensions. So I was like, oh, that's cool. And so I just kept building it over and over. But tried to make it like a little bit different each time. Now I will go back to see some of the other ways in which I iterated upon that general shape of housing. I know I did some over here, right? Not here, but like at the end of this rail line. You can also pick out some of these that were from the sort of tutorial videos. This one actually was entirely original. I'm very proud of this one. This is kind of like a little almost like a communalka. It's kind of inspired by the concepts of Soviet collective housing. But I gave it a decidedly desert aesthetic. And I really like the way that the desert aesthetic turned out. This roofing, this was kind of a shape that I learned from some of the online tutorials, basic shape and concepts. And I think I did a good job of making it look like a sort of desert apartment building, especially because I surrounded it with sand and cacti and dead bushes. Right? So you have this like little cafeteria here, and then on either side of the cafeteria, you have this communal kitchen, right? Where it's like, oh, hey, it's mealtime. Everybody come to the cafeteria, and you cook some meals, right? And then people who are here, they start eating. And each of these is basically like a little dorm room, like a little bunk, you know? So people would spend most of their time either outside or hanging out like in the hallway or in the cafeteria or something like that. And I also, one thing I really like is my decision to use spruce fencing, trapdoors, and fence gates for the windows instead of glass panes. I think that makes a lot of sense given that it's like a desert environment. So I'm really proud of that. But then back to the subject at hand, which is to say the iterations on that one design of housing that I really like. That kind of looks like it, but it's not. That is a different design. It doesn't seem like there's any in this infill development. And this is infill because I developed I like built some stuff in this like area first, like sooner than the other like places along the railroad. See the light levels deteriorating. Oh, that takes me back, dude. And over here, got that apartment building. Over here, I started iterating a little bit more on this housing design. Here's one that I also liked, where now I've sort of cut out some of the fat in another way. I've made this like survival friendly housing design, but only one floor. It doesn't have a second floor, right? And this also is something that I built in the survival world. You can see it still has the kitchen, same dimensions, right? And a little bit of storage. But then instead of a second story, second floor, you just have a little cubby with the bed. You know? That one's quite nice. This one I tried at, something a little bit different, which is, it's almost like a, not a tent, but like a kind of a turtle shell. Because you can notice the roof is one block lower. So if I go in here, you can see it's quite a bit shorter. Same dimension, same basic premise though. Got the cubby with the bed, you got this open area. Although the front of the house is facing a different way. Usually this would be the front right here. In fact, you can see right here, that's the front. But the roof actually came too low, and I still wanted to have a window here. So I just put the door on the side, or what would otherwise be the side. This is kind of a return to the original shape of the house, or the original size and dimensions, like on the outside dimensions. I wanted to see, like, hey, if I created this house, like, if I go back to the original house from, like, the catalog, and kept the dimensions of that, but built, like, a version of it for survival mode, what would that look like? And so the result is this. Very similar interior, like, design shapes. You got the staircase, and it's just, like, the bedroom's a bit bigger, and the stuff on the inside is a bit bigger. I was like, okay. Might not be my first choice to build in survival mode, because it's a little bit bigger, requires a little bit more materials, but I like this design. Ultimately, though, I think legitimately, I think I struck gold just making that a little bit smaller. Having that be my survival mode sort of thing. This is another iteration on that design, where I've changed the sort of shape of the roofing, so you can have an extra window there. The ground floor is the same. So if I come inside here. Also, fun story. I would as I was like building these, I was listening to like analog horror stuff on YouTube. Very well written. Shout outs to all the people that are writing analog horror stories. They go through the trouble to actually write them and take great pains of storytelling, editing, and whatnot, instead of handing things over to an AI, putting a VHS filter on, and like calling it analog horror. Anyways, bottom floor is the same, and then you go up here, and I've actually like cut out the other room. It's just the bedroom here. So you got the bed, you got storage up there now. Again, this is kind of like a general shape of this house that you would maybe build in survival mode. I think it looks pretty good. That. here's another cut down version that's based off of this and the other version that I looked at in the jungle, where again you cut out the part of the bottom floor where there was this open part, so you just have the kitchen and this little hallway. This is very, very survival oriented because of how small it is. And then you also cut out the extra room over here. You make the bedroom that much smaller. A little bit cramped, I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's worth exploring, and I still like the general like shape of the house, the interior. So this house here, you can see this one right here, and that house down there are based off of the same real world house that is in a housing catalog that actually exists and somebody lives in that. This house and this house are based off of the same house, just to varying degrees of faithfulness. And now this is a sort of sleeper favorite of mine, iteration on that house design, where the top floor is the sort of larger dimensions, but the bottom floor is a smaller dimension because I took inspiration from beach houses that I've been to, that I've stayed at, where they have a lot of fencing and stilting on the bottom, and you know they'll have these nice wooden chairs outside, so you know you kind of sit on your porch and watch all the zombies walk by if you want to. And then you come inside, everything's nice and lightly colored, you know, the cream colored wood and yellow colored wood. I think the bamboo goes really well with the birch wood here. You got the little kitchen set up. Then you walk upstairs, and here you go. You have the bedroom, you have the extra room, and the porch is right below you. Very nice. Also, again, because this is all made out of wood, this would be a viable design to recreate in survival mode. You know, some of these, that is a concern. You know, when I'm building the smaller houses, sometimes it is very much a concern that you be able to like recreate these in survival mode. Because sometimes what I do, if I'm going into a survival world, is I will think about the kind of house I want to build beforehand, build it in creative mode, then go to survival and just one for one recreate it. Or sometimes I do it the other way around. I take loose inspiration, I build a house in survival mode, then later, once I'm done building and iterating on that house in survival, I'll go and look at that and build it in creative mode. You know, block for block. Then in a little deeper in the woods here, this is part of the same like development here. I have another house that is iterative on this same basic design. You remember I was looking at this cut down version here, where the regular house has this like open area and then the kitchen on the other side. You know, I cut it down to 4 blocks here, like 4 by 5, and I decided, well, what if I cut it down just to a clean square, a clean 5 by 5? What if I tried that same basic design, right? And that's this. So you open it on up, and here, so there's a little bit more room for the kitchen and for, you know, a different kind of staircase here. And I've just put a little cubby, purely decorative. Well, not purely, just a crafting table. You know, you go up here. Is this, okay, this is stone bricks. Sorry, because of the colors, I have a hard time telling whether it's stone bricks or tough bricks. Then the bedroom is a little bit bigger than the basic design. It would just with no, like, dedicated storage room. You just have a little thing here. Some nice windows. This also is a house that I could see myself building in survival mode. And that you could probably build too. You know, substitute the stone bricks for cobblestone. This would not be very difficult to build in survival mode. You know, as like a first couple of days kind of house. You know? And I gotta say, I'm a really big fan of the houses that you build for that are like the kind of size that is very feasible to build for the first day or the first couple of days of survival mode, but then you just kind of keep living there, and it kind of grows on you because it's such a cozy design and such a, you know, nice, cute little design. You know, here's something. That house, some of these houses that are really big, surprisingly, are things that I've built in survival mode. This is a one-for-one recreation of a house that I built in survival mode that is also based on a real house that I built in this world, then I loosely recreated in survival mode, then I built it again in creative mode. Except this was also in the modded world, so I had to use different materials, but where I put them is all the same. But now that I've covered those iterations of that house, let me go to, I believe, the next place where I built houses like this. Right? I think I might even miss a couple of places where I experimented with that iterating upon that housing design, that specific design of house, because I've just done it so many times. But you know, I'm showing you what I think I can show you here. So let's keep going. I don't think I built any of them over here. I could be wrong. I'll double check just to be sure. This was the first kind of like neighborhood along like set of neighborhoods along the railroad that I built. I really like that apartment building. Big fan of that. Try not to get too distracted here. And yeah, no, it doesn't look like I built that many iterations of it over here at least. So I can start moving this way. And I believe that this would just take me back to that spot on the railroad where I initially was. So we're nearing the end of this cycle of development and iteration on this particular design of house, right? I have over here somewhere, there's like a return to form kind of thing, where, yeah, there it is. Where, again, this is just the same basic design, like the original design that I'm actually very, very happy with, that I really like. Except this time I use oak planks and spruce logs. That's actually a Minecraft beta mode classic for any of you out there that remember. The different log types were added pretty early on, but all the planks were still the same. So you get aesthetics that look kind of like this. Although, of course, some of these features with like placing the slabs a certain way did not make it into the game until release versions, quite deep into the release versions. But nonetheless, this looks quite appealing. So you have the return to form. Then if I come this way, now you have the version that I built with bricks, the version that I built that I tried to make look like the world of Blame, the manga Blame. Shoutouts to the mangaka and the series. It's a great series. You should read it. If I don't know if you ever feel so inclined. I'm not your dad. And then here is sort of me starting to experiment with the split level variations, right? So you have this one, right? And then you have this one, which is based on the larger version, also split level. Come down here, and it's like this. You know, there's a little bit more room, but it's kind of the same basic idea of the floor plan. You get a little chair to sit. I always like when I'm making these houses to have like some chairs just strewn about that you can kind of sit in. You know, like you imagine that like I don't know. I guess this is kind of the fantasies that I indulge in the Minecraft world. I imagine that like myself, like I'm placed in this world as an analog, and there's another person in this world that I just live with. You know. God, it sounds corny as hell, but I imagine myself like with a lifelong partner, and we just live in this cozy little house. That's kind of the mindset that I employ when I'm building these houses. Is like, what if there's another person and me that are just living in this cute little house in in the vastness of the Minecraft world. Here is I realized I actually hadn't done, except for I think the one in that like beachhead area. I hadn't really done a version of this original Dimensions like house that was raised off the ground, and I think this one even might be no, I think it's the same width. Maybe. It could be a little. No, this is actually a little bit narrower. That's my beat. Yeah, I think the original version of this house was like 9x7 instead of 9x5, but this is 9x5 on the inside. And then This, the smaller one, the dimensions that I usually go to, this is 7 by 5. So on the outside, this would be 9, this would be 7. But on the inside, you would have 7 and 5. This is another just random original idea that I had that I built in survival mode. Then here's another experimentation with like the split level kind of idea. I use the smaller dimension for this, where you cut out the larger open area. So you come down here, and the kitchen is in the little half basement. Right? Nice little, what is it, mangrove? Or not mangrove, azalea. Excuse me. Azalea. I think it fits with like the green concrete. I think I made this look pretty good, despite the fact that like green concrete is kind of hard to use. I think that this looks good for like the desert environment. You know? I don't know. Somebody who's better at color theory can inform me whether my color choices are doo-doo garbage or not. But I think I did pretty alright with my color theory sort of application. You got the bedroom. I really like this bed frame design. I kind of like when it's like, oh, look at that, fancy. There's a little drawer next to the bed. Again, something you could build in survival mode. The green concrete would probably be hard to come by, but just substitute this for a different block. And, you know, yeah, easy. Also, the tinted glass you probably wouldn't have ready access to that. Oh yeah, I forgot. For this one, I actually made like a little... I imagined, you know, this is another thing that I took kind of inspiration from beach houses, where a lot of times they will have a shower outside that is specifically dedicated to like hosing yourself down to get the sand off of you. Every time you go to a public beach, they'll have a little one of those, and it is true to form. It actually is like a little wooden stall that just has like a faucet head that you can use to like clean yourself off. And so I really like that, and I figured, oh, since this is the desert, you know, everybody's getting sand all over them, why don't I just have one of them? So that's that. This, I think, again, the jungle wood, I think, looks good with the kind of blocks that I picked to pair it with, particularly because it's jungle logs, I think. Or no, these are mangrove logs. Colors look different by the 2 feet. Right. And then the mud bricks. I think the mud bricks look good here. This is one thing that I tried to do a little bit differently. I'm not sure how I feel about like how good it looks, but I don't think I would do it differently if I went back on it. Same basic design, you know, on the inside. Then you go down here. Now it's like mostly a basement. In fact, I think this would be like a proper basement. I think it's like my granddad's house has a basement, and there are windows in the basement. They're just like up there. They're small. So, but yeah, you got the kitchen down here, and a little sitting area. Again, another design that might be viable to recreate in survival mode, even with the black tinted glass, because you know if you're relatively close to a body of water, it's not that hard to find a bunch of squids to kill to get black black dye from the ink sacs, and just tint the glass black. You know, although you would have to find a mangrove and a jungle. And I don't know. I actually don't know how to make mud bricks in Minecraft. This is another iteration on that house. Same original dimensions, but I actually added a little bedroom back there. So there's 2 bedrooms instead of just 1. Right? Got like a dining table. You got the kitchen over there. This is like mirrored. Usually this would be on the left side. And you got the bedroom up here. Very nice, very nice. This is one of my favorite ways to sort of decorate a bed when you have limited space. You know, you have 2 beds, and then if there's like a low ceiling, there's not a lot of room, you kind of put drawers right to the side of them, and then you add signs on the end of the bed to make it kind of look like, well, you might be able to see my bed there, how there's like the end of the bed there actually has like a post, a board, and then like a painting behind the bed. I think it looks good. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Talking too much, yapping too much. Bro yaps too close to the sun. If I go this way, I think that actually might be, yeah, I think that's the full journey of iterations on that particular design of house. There are some that I didn't fully cover, like these over here are based on that same, or at least these 4 or 5 right there, based on like the same design. But I really like that design of house, and it's sort of like all throughout this creative world, I've been using that, implementing it, re-implementing it, and like iterating and reiterating upon it uh, in this Minecraft world. And it looks a little bit different each time. And I try to make sure that I'm not building exactly the same house twice. You know, I make some exceptions if I'm using different materials, right? Sometimes if it's a design I really like, I will just copy the design, but use some different materials, right? For designs like this. Or for designs like this. This is another template of house that I kind of, you know? Also, I have this little internal rule. Every 10 residential buildings that I build, I'll also build one like non-residential building, so like commercial building, industrial building. Every other cycle of that, I'm like, okay, build something related to food or farming or something like that. Uh, so for this one, I built, and I try to theme the farms a little bit different each time. This is like fruit and snack kind of farm. This is like fruits and foods that you don't need to cook in order to prepare in Minecraft, right? So you got the carrots, the watermelons, the beetroots, the berries, the glowberries, and these oak trees that are for apples. I tried to create these nice little storage, things here to just to make it look like this was authentically like you could build this in a desert somewhere. I don't know. I think it looks nice. Um, I don't know how strongly I adhere to that rule actually. This is a sumotori ring. This is a sumo ring. The Minecraft sumo. It was a lot of fun for me when I was in like high school. I'd play sumo all the time. And then down here is like a restaurant, like a grill place. Then over here, what did I build over here for the like, oh yeah, this was like a meat farm. So you have like the sheeps and the cows and the stuff in there. Yeah, you probably hear them. Basic beef. Get it? Because it's like basic B, basic bitch, basic B, but basic beef. Haha, I'm clever like that. You see? And then this is actually meant to be a cake farm, right? Like that's where you could get all the materials necessary to make a cake in Minecraft. Also, the neighborhood naming convention continues. This is actually this neighborhood over here where this is located. This neighborhood I called Big Trouble, right here. So where this apartment is, like this area, that's Big Trouble, and that's Little Delta. So you have Big Trouble and Little Delta. Reminded me of Big Trouble in Little China, or at least that's what I was thinking of. So you have the sugar cane, you have the sugar, eggs from the chickens, milk from the cows. Of course, this because it's a farm and you get food productivity. You probably also like breed the cows to kill them or whatever. And then you have pumpkins, just because I don't know if there's some Endermen out here late at night. You grab a pumpkin and you're ready to go. And then you got the wheat, obviously, and then you can craft your cake. So that is where the development of this world stands right now. I'm going to go find another place to start building. I wanted to finish up some like infill on this railroad. How much time have I been streaming for? 55 minutes? Great. Average Minecraft creative world streaming experience. I spend a fucking hour just going over some random shit that I really like about my creative world for all the things that I've built. And then, like, half the stream, or, like, whatever, is already gone. Before I even start building anything. I could maybe start on this rail line. I have a couple options, right? Okay, yeah, this rail line looks like a good area to build. I could also do the rail line over by the jungle, because I think I've built everywhere else. Yeah, I looked. There's the rail line that goes to the swamp, that goes to the beachhead, and I've developed those. This I haven't as much. Right? You can see, yeah. There's just like a line of houses here. This one's actually a little bit shorter. Maybe I'll do the birch forest route first. But now what I wanted to talk about is the actual title of the stream, which is Supernova SmashCon. This is not the Super Smash Bros. Stream, as you can see on the monitor right now. I'm playing Minecraft, you see, but this crazy enough, this does not preclude me from having other interests in other video games that I play. I know, that's wild. You know, streamer plays other games. You know, it is what it is. Here I am acting like I'm fucking on the same tier as somebody who like actually has the audience and pulled to be a variety streamer. Look, whatever. I went to Supernova, and it was a lot of fun. Also known as SmashCon. I probably will always know it as SmashCon because I went there every year. It was happening since 2015, I think, or at the very least, I like for most of those years. I think I didn't go in 20. I mean, there wasn't one in 2020, so I couldn't have gone then. I don't think I went to the one in 2021 because that one was in like September or something, and I would have been in college, you know, doing my fucking homework and shit. But I think every other year I went. So 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, then 22, 23, 24, 25. So all those years I was at SmashCon, right? And I actually entered. For most of those I entered, I think 16, 17, 18 I entered. I know for like a couple of those they changed my pool last minute, so I couldn't make it. Like I got DQ'd. 2019 I entered, then 22, 3, 4, and 5 I entered all 4 of those years, and I actually started taking the competition seriously. And by taking the competition seriously, I meant I just want to go and like perform as well as I can. Don't worry about the nerves. Obviously, I'm not gonna fucking win because Zane and Hungrybox and Cody and fucking like Crike and goddamn Zamu and Agent and people like that are going to these tournaments, like people that would fuck me up any day of the week. No, I'm not under any delusion that I'm gonna go and like win. No, I just want to see if I can like apply the things that I've learned, apply what I believe to be like good game sense and a good game plan, and see where that gets me. And in 2022, I went 2-2. 2023, I got fucked, went 0-2, El Bozo. In 2024, I think I like went 4-2 or something like that. I almost made it out of pools. Like I almost made it to the next day. Almost made it to, I want to say like top 128. I got like 200 something at SmashCon 2024. Right? And that was with Captain Falcon. But I ultimately think I wasn't playing as smart then as I was this year. This year, I played as Roy. I went to a fucking Smash Bros. Super Major and I was like, you know what? I'm going to play Roy. What could possibly go wrong? And you know what was going through my head? It couldn't possibly get any worse than going 0-2. Because it can't. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to go Roy. If I go 0-2, I go 0-2, but at least I will probably learn something, right? Let me pick out some building materials here. Before I continue the story. Right, so we have kind of the setup. I've gone to SmashCon every year, and this time I decide to play Roy, who is notoriously really fucking bad in Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo GameCube. I have an idea of what house I want to build. I just don't know what I want to build it out of. Maybe I'll try looking around for something that catches my eye. Ooh, I know what I want to do. Okay. Scrap some of this. Right? Then grab some of... I don't think I want to do cobblestone. Maybe I'll do stone bricks. Yeah. So, going in with Roy, the first set. By the way, this year was all best of 5, which was really nice. All best of 5 tournament. Go in for the first set, and it's against this Marth player. Okay, cool. They mostly play Ultimate, but they're trying their hand at Melee, and have got some solid fundamentals, but it's clear that they don't really know how Melee feels relative to Ultimate, and so I beat them 3-0 pretty convincingly, but I don't want to do the trap where I kind of like basically go easy on the new player. I don't really want to do that too much, right? So I kind of go in and just play my game. Okay. There we go. Okay, so then that's going to be the corner, which means I would actually do this. So I win the first set 3-0 as Roy. Great, advancing in the bracket. Next set, I get a DK. And this guy, also an Ultimate kid, but, you know, the Ultimate skills translate significantly better from Ultimate DK to Melee DK than from Ultimate whatever to Melee Marth. Also a 3-0. I think I only lose 1 stock the whole set because I am taking DK seriously and applying the matchup knowledge that basically when you play DK, you're supposed to fucking run him down no mercy and basically like never give him a chance to play neutral game, right? DK excels when you like give him space, when you give him room to like actually do something. So you gotta just not do that. Yeah, okay, I think that's what I want to do. Do something like this. Right? I think I want the house to kind of look like that on the outside. Do something like that. And then... No, wait, actually... have this come forward a little bit. Yeah, okay. And then the next set, I win 3-0, right? So Marth down, DK down. Great, I've won 2 sets already. Apparently, as I learned later, so many people were DQing for the fucking pools. Because this was the largest SmashCon... This is the largest Melee tournament, in fact, in history, in the history of Melee. 2,400 entrants. 2,400 people entered this tournament. So I won 1 set. Somebody DQ'd, so I won another set, technically. Then I won, you know, the set against DK. Then I play against a Peach player. Now, I don't know how many of you, if any of you know how Smash Bros. Works, if any of you have ever seen Melee, you would probably be letting out an understandable groan of like, oh, fucking hell. Because you're right. It is, you know, Roy versus a floaty, which is absolutely miserable from a spectator's perspective. Like, obviously, nobody fucking wants to, like, watch that. But also, Roy versus Peach is fucking atrocious. You know, you Ultimate kids, well, I shouldn't say you Ultimate kids. That game has a fucking massive roster, right? So many people these days, like, if you play modern fighting games, you're used to the worst matchups in the game being maybe 65-35, right? Like, you know, Street Fighter 6, the worst matchup in the game might be 65-35. Maybe 70-30, if that, right? Roy Peach is easily 80-20. That fucking matchup might be 90-10 in Peach's favor, right? Like, Roy can't do jack shit against competent Peach. And this guy, like, make no mistake, this guy was a competent Peach. You know, it takes a lot of skill to move on a GameCube controller in this game. I mean, it takes a lot of skill to play Melee, right? And this guy that I was playing against, this Peach player, was on a box controller. He was using, or for fighting gamers, Street Fighter gamers, or you know, Guilty Gear gamers, whatever. That would be leverless. He was using a leverless fight stick controller. uh, uh, and playing Peach. And that is a whole fucking other level of skill to be able to learn Melee on that thing. A game like Melee. And so I was like, okay, shit, this guy is no joke. I'm going to have to make him work for this. And I kind of did. So he did 3-0 me, full disclosure. I lost 3-0. Of course I was going to fucking lose to like a good Peach player. Are you kidding me? I'm playing as Roy. That might be one of the worst matchups in the game outside of Bowser Sheik. You know. And let me actually use a different kind of wood for this. No, you know what? Yeah, I know what I want to do. I'm gonna use spruce wood for this mostly. Game 1 is pretty close. I think it's down to last stock on Battlefield. Worth mentioning also, Battlefield, my best stage, so I'm very comfortable there. And then the next game, I make the profound mistake of trying to counterpick to Yoshi's, and then I think I get 2 or 3 stocked, right? Despite like working my ass off, like I was making this guy work for his KOs as Peach against like a fast faller. Roy is a fast faller. He is heavier and falls faster than Marth. He is combo food the way somebody like Captain Falcon probably is combo food. Like a blend between Captain Falcon and Marth. That's part of what makes this matchup so bad, right? So I was fucking fighting for my life out there. Narrowly lost game 1, kind of got junked game 2. And game 3 is back to Battlefield, right? I'm gonna actually just have this kind of like that. I'll decide whether I want to make that stone later, right? And again, like a pretty close game. Last stock game on Battlefield. And I end up losing again. But looking back on it, I think I've gotten more proud of that performance with time because of how fucking awful that matchup is for Roy. Roy's sword is a pool noodle, right? Like if anybody knows about the Roy zone, it refers to a couple things. Number one, it's possible to be too close, so that you the extension of your body forward makes some of your moves actually miss when you're right in front of somebody. This character's ass. This is one of the few characters in the game that this happens to. And then also, the Roy zone refers to the zone where Roy is the most effective, which is right up in front of somebody, like you're right next to them, because that's the strong point on his sword. Roy and Marth are supposed to be these like complementary different characters or whatever, where Marth basically his strength is at range, at medium to long range, where the tip of his sword is the biggest threat. It does more damage and knockback and whatever. You get super early kills with that. Roy is a threat up close. The hilt, the base of his sword, does the most damage. Where his forward smash, he gets the early kills when he's right the fuck next to you. So you want to be close in. The problem is, you do not want to be close in versus Peach. Peach has down smash and nair and like float cancel aerials that will like ruin your whole career, right? Like that's the Peach matchup. And Peach has turnips, so you're not even necessarily safe at range either. So I was forced to basically, as Roy, pick these awkward like diagonal or horizontal like aerial spacings to poke and prod at Peach with aerials, basically until there was an opening that I felt like I could comfortably forward smash. And funnily enough, forward smash and up throw, funnily enough, ended up being my two like go-to KO moves, I believe. And I was like, okay, this is how it's gotta be, right? And of course, I already explained that I got 3-0'd by this Peach player because what the fuck else was gonna happen, right? I'm playing the raw end of a 90-10, 80-20 to 90-10 matchup, But the fact that I even made it close for 2 out of the 3 games, I think is pretty impressive on my part. Like, genuinely, I think I was playing higher level Melee than, like, you would probably see until, like, top 64. But I was a shit-ass character in a shit-ass matchup and also kind of fell apart game 2. So, like, what are you going to do, right? Nonetheless, I'm proud of that performance. Then I get down to losers. And I'm like, okay. You know, I think this is kind of the part of the tournament where I start to expect to face real opponents, people who actually know Melee, who practice regularly. And sure enough, the next person that I get paired up with, a guy who've been like sporadically talking to during the pool, as well as a friend of his, a guy by the tag of Banana Guns, best Yoshi in the state of New Jersey. Shoutouts. We play a set, and he goes Yoshi, I go Roy, and I get beat pretty bad. Not gonna lie, I don't think any game was closer than 2 stocks. But it was some of the most fun I've ever had in a Super Smash Bros. Set. I'm sure if I was like being really sweaty and taking it a lot more seriously, I probably would have been able to take a game, at the very least, off of this guy. And I think they even reported it wrong. I think they reported it as 3-1 when I definitely lost that 3-0. But at the same time, I don't think I would have had it any other way because we were both having a fucking blast during that set. Get your hoe ass out of here, viewer bot. Get him out of here. No soliciting. And that ended my tournament. My dad actually sent me some pictures of while we were playing, and I posted it. I was like, oh shit, you know, had a really fun set against this guy. You know, so that ended my tournament bracket. Chronic 2-2er added again with the going 2-2 in the tournament. I know some people out there are gonna be like, he just like me for real. And that's, I don't know, that's probably true. Actually, probably, I don't know. Citation, trust me, bro. I don't know. And you know, we did the like. We did the whole routine. I shook his hand, or fist bumped him, I think, and we went on our merry way. In fact, one thing I learned after the fact, after the tournament was done, was that both matches. So when I lost down to losers, when I lost my match in winners bracket against the Peach player. That was winners semifinals in the pool. If I won that match, I would have made it out of pools. And then the match that was against Banana Guns, that was losers. I think that was losers quarters in the pool. If I won that, I would have made it out of the pool. So I was like razor thin margin to making it out of the pool, making it to day 2, phase 2 pools, with one of the worst characters in the game off the back of a fucking 80-20 matchup. So, you know, looking back on it, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, actually. I kind of like that. You know, I proved that I'm no slouch at Melee. I played Roy, and I learned, I think, that I could crack it with what I believe to be my best character. As weird as it sounds, I do genuinely think that Roy is my best character in Super Smash Bros. Melee. You know. Wait, no, that is not what I wanted to put there. You know, initially, I kind of online for a while, I hesitated to play Roy because of, like, I didn't want to seem like I was sandbagging against my opponents. I want to show my opponents the respect that they are human beings who want to play the video game and enjoy the video game as well, right? And so for a while, I wouldn't ever play Roy online. I would always go Fox or Captain Falcon or something. But ultimately, I'm also an opponent to somebody who is playing and wants to enjoy the video game. So I should play Roy because he's my best character. Is basically what I took from that experience. Like, okay, maybe this is my permission slip. Mom said it's my turn to play the low tier in Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo GameCube. Right? I don't know. It was a good tournament experience for the short time that I got to play. And that was like kind of late in the evening. It was like 5 p.m. when that was all happening. My pool started at 5 p.m. on a Friday. So I was like, oh shit. Kind of an odd hour for me. You know, I'm so used to having the 10 a.m. pool. I'm so used to having to be there bright and early. So it was a little bit different going there like late in the afternoon, early evening. And, you know, my dad and I got some concession stand food, which is horrible for you, but it sure tastes good. And then we went home. Then the next day, continuing with the story, SmashCon experience, my dad had his pool. My dad entered this tournament also. And I actually coached him. We sat down that morning in front of one of the setups in the venue, and I actually coached him. Not necessarily on like, okay, here's what you got to do to win. I wasn't fucking suburban helicopter parent at the soccer game, right? No, I was just trying to help him remember some of the parts of how to play the game so that you can hit the other person. Both of us are going into this knowing, look, you're probably about to get smoked, but that is perfectly okay. Because I went in the tournament on Friday knowing that I was about to get smoked. And I did get smoked. And my dad decided, like, okay, I'm going to play Kirby. Because he's the only character that I remember how to play. And I was like, you know what? That's fair. So we sat down, and he was like, okay, so I don't remember how to do such and such or so and so. And I was like, okay, here's how you do, these things. And I remember, like, I remember we were talking about, like, I was kind of like, Kirby's a really shitty character. And he kind of laughed at that because it's always kind of like, haha, poking fun at it. But I was like, but that also means you kind of have your work cut out for you. It's kind of clear. It's like clear what you're supposed to do. Kirby has a couple of good moves, even though he's not a good character. Right? And so I was like, okay, your forward tilt, your side A, your up air, your up A in the air, and your up tilt, your up A on the ground. Those are good moves. You should do those. You should press those buttons because they'll get you, like, you'll be able to hit the other person, and that's the fun of playing Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo GameCube. And I also explained to him, like, generally don't do down B very much, don't do side B very much. Those moves kind of suck. But it's a video game. We're here to play the video game. And so he goes in, like, all right, great. And he actually applied some of the stuff that I coached him on. It's like, okay, I'm going to use the side A. I'm going to use the up A. And he was actually hitting the other person. He took a stock or two, from each game. But, my dad, like, lost out pretty quick because he's playing Kirby by his own admission. He didn't remember much how to play the game. It's all good. This was basically trying to get his feet wet again in Super Smash Bros. Mission accomplished. And then I was talking to this guy actually throughout the pool. I was talking to this guy, Puff Player from Colorado. Shout outs to this guy. I don't remember his tag. I might be able to look it up. He was in my dad's pool because he actually played against my dad. Where was my dad's pool here? Brackets. Let me see the brackets. No, not looking at phase 2. I'm looking at phase 1. View 128 pools. Accepting I'm gonna fail. My mindset's literally doing anything ever. Facts. Also, don't beat yourself up too hard. Sometimes it's okay to fail sometimes. Welcome back to the stream, by the way. Was it Rick's? No, it was not Rick's. Something else. Oh yeah, my dad also won a set by virtue of DQ. So he technically went 1-2. Which is a better tournament performance than I had in 2023. Batsy, that was the guy. Yeah, Batsy. Shoutouts to Batsy, Puff Player from Colorado. Cool dude. I remember Batsy and I were like fucking cheesing on the sidelines because so many people were DQing for the 10 a.m. pool that my dad was in. Literally, like, I'm looking at the bracket right now. Check this shit out. Literally no matches were played for winners or losers round 1 in my dad's bracket. Look at this shit. So we were laughing like, yes, that's what I love to see. We're advancing the bracket. Me and Batsy. And Batsy sat down to play against my dad. My dad got a couple stocks again. He remembered, some of the things I was talking about. Use your A attacks. They're pretty good. I just remember at the beginning of the match, I shouted, "Let's go, both players," because, It's a cool guy that I was talking to, and I like him. He's cool. And also my dad, who's cool, and I like him. He's also cool. So let's go, both players. And my dad lost, and that was our tournament brackets. Once the pool was done, we got to the part of the tournament where I'm just kind of like walking around. And I looked at the booths. Because it's a convention, you know, Super Smash Con, it's not just the tournament. There's also, like, exhibition booths, there's artist booths, and stuff like that. I actually, one thing I've enjoyed ever since 2022 is just very patiently, very, like, methodically and slowly walking around from station to station, booth to booth, and just kind of looking at all what's on offer, like what everybody has, what they've been doing, right? You know, whether it's these little buttons or push pins or like t-shirts or prints or custom GameCube controllers or anything like that. I always like looking at the different kinds of art and merchandise and whatnot that people bring. Oftentimes independent merchants bring to Super Smash Con. It legitimately, Super Smash Con is a marketplace in the truest sense of the word. It is a market where people come to sell their stuff. Stuff that they have produced, oftentimes by way of interacting with a larger, more abstract and exploitative market system. Of course, there's exploitation in every stage of this process, but it was nice to see that there was some character to this convention that wasn't completely soulless, right? I really like to see that. And I actually did get a controller. I looked at a lot of the prints, and I got... Check this out. Sonic the Hedgehog GameCube controller. It's red on the back. It's black and blue on the front with Sonic silhouette in white. And it's got a, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's a nice matte finish. It's not like a glossy finish. You can see the how like the screen of my phone has a glossy reflective quality. And that's not present here. I prefer that kind of finish on a GameCube controller. You know, another fine addition to my collection. I am actually like General Grievous with GameCube controllers. I'm gonna go and actually count how many of them I have over there. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's 14 GameCube controllers. Yeah, just on the shelf over there. And then there's a couple in like the bag that's right next to my desk. And then there's one here that I used to play Melee. So this one would make 15, and then there's probably like 16, 17 in there somewhere. But yeah, I really like GameCube controllers. They look cool. And that was you know, so that was the culmination of me walking around perusing all the booths and stuff. My dad and I had lunch at this place called Two Amigos. Very cool Pan-American, like mostly Central American restaurant. I had a steak salad. Sounds like you had fun. I did. It was a lot of fun. And then the rest of the tournament was characterized, at least for the day, by us sitting and watching matches in Super Smash Bros. Melee. And me actually reading. I brought my book with me. I actually... God, I'm such a fucking dweeb. I actually brought... Currently, I'm reading Art of the Andes. This was a textbook that I had in college that I'm interested in revisiting a lot of the course material from classes that I took in college because I find the subject matter very interesting. So I wanted to revisit it. So I brought this book with me, and I just read a bunch of it. How much of this information did I retain? I don't know. Probably not that much because, wouldn't you know it, academics fucking suck at writing. Particularly... you know, I'm sorry, like, no shade to this person and their work, but Rebecca Stone, you kind of suck at writing. You know, it's hard for me to remember any of this shit. Especially because, look at the way in which this is written, right? Here's just an example of this. You see on the, you see here, you see text there. I don't know if you can see, but on the side there's little numbers, right? You see right there where I'm pointing? You see that there's numbers next to the text, right? This is an academic textbook, so there are figures, there are images, right? Here's one right here, and this has a corresponding number. There's a number and description next to the image, right? Those numbers that I showed you that were next to that like paragraph wall of text are numbers that correspond to various figures. They're just fucking describing the shit and like, yeah, as you can see in this figure that is not even listed here. Like this, the image that I just showed you right here, this is number 138, right? And the numbers that I showed you that were next to this paragraph on the other page was 142 to 44, 158 to 59, just one, and 161. You would have to go through fucking hella pages just to find the image that they're talking about. Like this is legitimately like this style of academic writing is so extremely obtuse and hostile to the reader. It's very difficult for me to parse it. You know? Like it almost feels like this wasn't written with the intention of somebody reading it. You know? I don't know. Look, is this actually like a extremely valuable tome of information on the art from like the eras of pre-contact South America? Yes. Did I learn some interesting stuff from it? Yeah, I did. Mostly in the like first half. It's probably written to increase someone's ego. Maybe, but there's also another reason that books like this get written that I'll elucidate in a second. But like, is it a particularly valuable book for instructive purposes? No. And I think that, like, books like that, this is the last tangent I'll go on with this book, but it is possible that books like this, books like this do serve as an ego booster. In fact, there are shades of that in here as well. Hallucinogens were actually very important to religion in South America, particularly the five-pointed star cactus flower. The priests in South America used that for like trances and sermons, basically. You know. Is that okay? Yeah, that'll work. Good. But because like this is actually from the era. I don't know, when was this published? When was this published? Third edition. Yeah. Received for PhD in 1987. Damn, 1987 ass looking ass. Second edition 2002, third edition 2012. Okay, so this was published in 2012. This is like one of the books that lends some amount of credence to like people being too performatively woke to the extent in academia specifically, to the extent that it actually hinders the understanding of what you're talking about. Because there's a weird insistence that you don't refer to hallucinogens as hallucinogens, but rather as entheogens, right? Which means like, I don't even remember what it means, but it's they're like, oh yeah, we want to like take the moral weight out of the term hallucinogen, which there isn't a moral weight there, right? Like it's kind of like a weird, like oddly conservative capitulation to religion just because it's an indigenous religion, where it's like, oh, well, we don't want to invalidate that they're actually seeing shit. Like, no, LSD will make you see shit. And I don't doubt that you're actually seeing some shit. Is that shit actually in front of you? No. And I think we would do well to acknowledge that. You sure they're not just trying to distance themselves from the average population? Yes. I am positive. Because I've talked with academics that are actually quite similar to this person. I've known professors who have their PhDs and who have published research and whatnot. Books like this actually kind of aren't meant for the general public, which is fine. But I would have liked, for like, if it's going to be used as a college textbook, I would have liked it to be a little bit more readable. Maybe not necessarily this book. In fact, I might even, on some level, I might attribute this to maybe a failure of my professor back in the day to pick something that would be easy enough for the students to parse. or that would be like, you know, wouldn't be a like absolute slog just to learn some shit. Uh, but you know, yeah, no. So this book has been kind of like difficult to read. Hopefully, I have more luck with some of my other textbooks because I remember those at least being more interesting. Nonetheless, I read some of that while I was at SmashCon, so that was nice. I saw Jmook absolutely put up like once I was done. I think I had just finished up reading this book, or not reading this book, but it was like a certain chapter that I was on. I watched Jmook absolutely put the beat down on this poor bastard playing Ice Climbers with his Zelda. Apparently, like, I don't know how this didn't occur to me, but Zelda Ice Climbers is an absolutely fucking rancid matchup for Ice Climbers. For the same reason that Ganon Ice Climbers and Falcon Ice Climbers are really fucking bad for Ice Climbers. Captain Falcon's knee, Zelda has, except it's on both forward air and back air, and like it's a disjoint. And you could just fucking bully Ice Climbers endlessly. And so that's exactly what Jmook did. So I was like, oh shit. You hate to see it, but actually I love to see it because I fucking hate Ice Climbers. I hate playing against them. Uh so you know, perusing the booths, buying a custom GameCube controller, watching Melee matches, and you know, reading a little bit, reminiscing, and that was my tournament experience. I actually didn't go physically to the tournament on Sunday. I felt like I'd done all there was to do for me at that tournament on Saturday. Wasn't super interested in that. So I watched the finals. I watched top eight from home. And then Zayn won, predictably so. Cody Schwab got second. Hungrybox got third. The top three players finished in the top three positions. That's crazy. Let me get I want to use. Yeah, I think I want to use this for like. Yeah, I think that looks good. So I'm gonna make probably most of the kitchen in here. What language is your game on? This is Canadian French. Um, why Canadian French and not French French? Because Canadian French actually makes more sense to me, at least for some things. Like legitimately, there are some French translations that do not make any fucking sense. Uh, you know. And either way, most of this is like still accurate to regular ass French. Like escalier is escalier. I did this basically so I could keep my French like recognition and French brain kind of sharp, more or less. Let's see. If this is gonna be the kitchen, I have some of this. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? No, that kind of looks goofy with them just kind of hovering here. Yeah. I want to leave that window. Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this. Yeah, that actually looks really good because now they're not flush against the ceiling. They're on that like shelf there. Uh, then I don't want to lay out these fronts. Here, I'll put that back for now. I'll put here. First thing I'll do actually, I'll come in here. I got some stairs. Mm. What kind? I'm using spruce for the floor. Walls are made of birchwood. Maybe I just use like smooth stone. How does this look if I do this? That's not bad actually. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, that actually matches the color of the ceiling and whatnot. But that works out. I think a little bit asymmetrical, but that's fine. I didn't want this to be like a perfectly symmetrical room either way, I think. How do I want to do this? Why don't I just have like a... No, actually, I do kind of want these to be flush with the wall there. And then that leaves like a little bit of space here open for me to put something. There's been a lot of politics happening since I streamed last week. And it's so fucking stupid. It's just so fucking stupid. I actually don't have a good way to describe it. I guess I'm just gonna like go. I'm gonna go with like the ones that I don't necessarily need to cite a source for, at least not extensively. I'll start with something that was mentioned in the Discord, which is what at this stage, what would a one-state solution for Israel and Palestine look like, right? For the longest time, before the Democrats decided, fuck it, we're actually pro genocide, we're pro Israel, even when they kill Americans, and especially when they kill brown people, Arabs, etc. They, on paper, supported a two-state solution, which was always just a sort of interim measure, even from the academics that supported a two-state solution. It's not something that was ever really capable of lasting. But of course, the Democrats underpromise and then underdeliver. And the real solution that has kind of been lost in the sauce is a one-state solution. What Israel's trying to do is basically the one-state solution in parentheses evil, where they assert the primacy of the state of Israel over all of the territories of Palestine and either kill or expel everybody that lives there. But I think it's important to remind ourselves that like none of this was inevitable necessarily. There was always like a possibility for, even if it was the most remote possibility, there was a possibility for like theoretically, if certain conditions were met, a one-state solution, like a real one-state solution. And I think that what that would look like is I think Cryoraptor described it pretty well. But generally, like, I agree with most of what they put, that, like, all of the extremist political organizations that have participated in the conflict basically just need to be banned. They need to be forbidden outright. No more cookies for you. Hamas has actually offered several times to step down from power because they're that desperate to not see everybody get killed. But Israel would prefer to kill everybody, so they refuse those demands. I am perfectly happy to take them up on that. Hamas steps down from power, but only if the Zionist parties in Israel, which is basically all of them, except for I think the Communist Party, The Communist Party of Israel, I don't think, is Zionist. There were a few deputies that like got in trouble over objecting to the genocide in Gaza. Those ones don't need to step down, but all the other parties do. All of the members of those parties would need to be put on trial for war crimes, as would basically every member of the IDF that was active in the time period of 2023 to 2025, or whatever time frame we're talking about, post October 7th. In order to achieve the maximal possible deterrence of ethnic cleansing on the part of particularly the Israeli side, because of how much they specifically have ginned up the manufactured consent for that. And then the state would be like a pluralistic democracy composed of various different parties and organizations and councils, preferably a direct democratic model as much as possible, with the right to return for Palestinian families who are expelled during the Nakba or any point after or even before. But in order to make that run smoothly with the people living there, if there was ever a conflict between Israeli families and Palestinian families who have claims to the same land, then either deference could be given to Palestinian families if they were expelled from that land in living memory, or like a generation's memory or something like that, where they can be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis in a court setting. And there is unavoidably the necessity that there are Israelis that are living in occupied Palestine that will have to leave their homes because they took those homes. To that end, we don't want to like do a reverse Uno card ethnic cleansing. There should be like massive urban development projects and housing projects and whatever built, new communities, new cities and towns and whatnot built to basically take in anybody that's displaced by like resettlement programs, so that Palestinians can come back from being ethnically cleansed. Like, look, you don't even have to move out of Israel. You could live like 5 minutes away. There you go. Or 5 minutes away by foot. I mean, Israel's a pretty small place. How do I want to do this? And ultimately, I think that you're going to run into resistance. Like if we have this scenario where like you've pushed the big red button and now this plan is happening, right? Some set of conditions is met where like enough world leaders and politicians are prepared to just go Joker mode on Israel that they're like, all right, that's it. You guys don't get to play with state power anymore. You all have to step down. You're facing charges at The Hague. You're facing charges at The Hague. All of you are facing charges at The Hague or some other tribunal. In that scenario, I do actually think that there is going to be a necessity that is a lot of Israelis are going to have to go to re-education, camps. And not necessarily camps, I guess, but like, go back to college, basically, is what I'm saying. Understand, whenever I say like re-education camps, I mean like your ass is going to college until you can learn not to want to kill an entire ethnicity of people, right? Like, we're putting you in the oubliette, in parentheses, scholarly, until you can learn not to be Hitler. I think I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do here? Here, let me map out like the dimensions of what I kind of want this kitchen to be. And from there, hopefully, with the encouragement of like civil society and civil participatory organizations and stuff, eventually there can be like a reality of integrated Israel-Palestine that is a truly pluralistic democratic state or democratic society. That sort of thing. Of course, I'm skipping over A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff, right? But that's kind of what a one-state solution would look like. Not gonna lie, I actually don't know how I want to do this. I'm kind of brain farting here. Let me go look at another thing. Like another kitchen that I've built in one of these houses. Maybe in here. I don't know. Oh, that's pretty good. Maybe I'll go with something like that. Yeah, here, you know what? I think I got it. I think what I want to do is have these here like that, this under here, and then this here. Right? I think that looks good. And then maybe I could actually have that be stone. Or have this be stone. So like yeah. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. That's my version of a one-state solution. Unfortunately, it looks like inevitably Israel's going to get away with it because the like I think a lot of us had this vague notion that it'd be difficult for the United States to continue justifying support for a genocide when confronted with the open and unavoidable reality that it is a genocide, a project of genocide, of killing an entire ethnic group, an entire race of people. But the United States looked at that and just said, yeah, we actually support this. And there was no consequence whatsoever to that admission, to that confrontation of contradictions. So, what should happen is a one-state solution. I think for the sake of society being stable, and for the sake of like a sort of ethical concept of good things, that is what we would want to happen. And of course, it was at various points there seemed to be some possibility of that happening. It just politicians in the right place didn't go Joker mode enough. Um, but now it seems like we're truly past that point, and it just it's a Owarida moment. It's Jover, unfortunately. What do I want to do with? Oh, I got an idea. Add some character to this kitchen. Look at that. There we go. Maybe no, that doesn't look very good against the wood there. Yeah, I'll just leave that as is. God, maybe I should just have my stream be like yap session. Like if I'm gonna talk about politics, I kind of have to commit to the bit. Can't be playing a game while I do it. That shit kind of distracts me. I need my full brain available. I still don't know what I want to do with this area. You know what? Maybe I could do something like this, where I you know, kind of have that right there. And then, oh, yeah. Okay, wait, I got an idea. Do something like this. Give me a slab. Flower pot. Thank you. And I could put, like, a plant in there or something. One of these. Nice. I don't know why I threw those away. I'm gonna need to keep the flower pot for later. Let's get a armor stand. I think that'd be good for the entryway. Armor stand. I'll have you here. There we go. So you come in, you put your armor here, and then you're... Yeah. Okay, this is shaping up a little bit. Then I'll probably have, like, window here, or something. Okay. Then go in here and have a bed. Alright. Overly encumbered inventory there for a visual clutter kind of perspective. Give me this bed. Do I want it to be a white bed? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good so far. Yeah. From the outside, it looks pretty good, I think. If I create like a little garden around there, yeah, that'd be pretty good. I'm gonna do that. Some of that. Oh man. Probably want to do something like this. Ah. No, wait, yeah, there's one house that I did this kind of bed in. I would want to see how I no, wait. I remember. I don't actually need to go there. I remember how to recreate that. Down here, instead of this, you do something like this. Right? Yeah. Okay, I remember. Have this. And then you have boom, boom. And there could be a painting there. Yeah. Okay. And I don't know if I want to have like signs on the end of the bed from a decorative perspective. I don't know if that like looks very good. I don't know. We will see. Ah, ah. I think that's gonna probably be closed off because of this. Then that's probably fine. Having a window like so. Um, I do kind of want somewhere to put some barrels or something, some kind of storage though. Maybe I could do it like. Hold on. I'm probably just gonna have to use a torch for this room. That here. Give me a chest. There we go. That looks kind of awkward. Not gonna lie. Okay. Just a silly little enchanting table. I think that looks better, but functionally it's like It's a lot less storage. I don't know. Maybe I could put here. You know what I'll do? I could probably put another shelf with barrels over here. I think that would be good. Something like that. Yeah, no, I think the silhouette of the room is kind of weird, or the shape that like the negative space of the room is kind of weird if you put barrels up there. Maybe I'll put barrels like down here. Maybe. Yeah, that could be good. I could see that. Okay, that's pretty good. So the interior of the house is pretty much done. By pretty much, I mean like I need a couple more potted plants. Or let's get something red for the sake of the room here. Are these one of these? I think that looks good. Got a painting already. I don't think I need another one. I think this room is fine as is. Then here is fine. This area is fine. In here, I could probably use a painting. Like here. Not that one. I don't know. I don't know. Um, ooh, that is not what I meant to do. Where would this room feels like there needs to be a painting somewhere, but I don't know where I would put a painting. Like I don't know what I would do, where I would put it. No, don't do that. Do this. I guess it doesn't help that I have windows, right? A window here and a window here. Here, if I actually, this is difficult. Here, you know what I'll do? I think I will do this. I think that makes a lot more sense. Because it looks kind of awkward if you have that painting like with its corner touching the window here. And this still like I don't know. I think that looks good. Okay, little house. Now, give me gravel. Oh, it's growing darker. Puzzle. We'll do something like that. And have this around like so. I think I know what I want to do with the side and front of the house. And the back too. No! Do that. My railroad. It's edge. Yeah, okay. ultimately, I kind of want there to be enough room to have, like, some chairs set up here. I think that's what I'm doing. And then maybe here, if I set up, there's going to be, like, a hedge wall. I think the hedge wall will be here, right? Maybe here. Probably there. Yeah. So that's the hedge wall. Yeah. I know what I want to do with this. Silly zombie. I don't know how loud that is, or if it's, like, overpowering my voice at all. Okay. That zombie got up and left. Okay. Then, what kind of leaves do I want? Probably birch, right? I've been using a lot of birch wood. Yep. And, yeah, I guess it should be 3 tall. Have it end right here, so there's a little bit of space. Okay. I guess now might be a good time to talk about something that I do have a link for, or I guess something else political, since I'm just placing blocks. I kind of already know what ideas I want to execute here. Okay. Uh, oh. So, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Um, the issue in the Bureau of Labor Statistics actually gets to an entire, like, I'm actually turn this down to like 20, negative 28. There we go. The issue in the Bureau of Labor Statistics actually gets to something a lot broader, but I don't know how, like, I'll start just with something that's, like, germane to directly the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? And then I guess I'll figure out if I want to branch out from there. Uh, Recently, I think I talked about this on another stream, the job report numbers, the jobs numbers from the past couple of months came out, and they didn't look good for the Trump administration. El Bozo, right? Yeah, that's good. We walk through like so. No, maybe don't do that. Maybe just have a opening like so. Yeah. So jobs numbers came out, and the numbers did not look good for the Trump administration. So Trump just decided, what if we just don't publish the numbers anymore? What if we just fudge the numbers to look good for us? Which the Bureau of Labor Statistics already kind of does this with other measures, right? Unemployment is one such statistic where the numbers have long since just been fudged to make the economy look good in such a way that it's not actually reflective of economic circumstances as they would currently exist, right? Like there is much more unemployment than BLS statistics would suggest, because the statistic that they put front and center is the one that least accurately represents how bad unemployment is. With job numbers, things are actually slightly different, right? Like it is still like the metric that the BLS reports, right? Like just purely how many jobs are created. That up front doesn't tell you that much about like the quality of jobs and whether it's like one person's going to work two of those jobs, like whether it be that kind of job or whether it's something that would provide a meaningful boost to economic activity, whether it's like a job that pertains to the real economy or the fake economy, right? Those are all issues with BLS stats. But Trump decided, what if we just don't report the numbers at all? Which is so obviously designed to just like puff up whatever numbers they put out to make him look good, right? Like they're not going to. I think the new director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or the new chief, who looks a little bit like Caleb Maupin, by the way, which is kind of crazy, decided, what if we just stopped? We're just going to suspend monthly. We're just going to suspend monthly jobs reports, right? Like until further notice, we're just not going to report job numbers on a monthly basis, but rather on a quarterly basis. And that, of course, gives them more time to put some pressure on internal personnel and internal like procedures and decision-making processes and whatever to make the numbers artificially look better. Basically, the statistics coming out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics are going to start being less and less meaningful as time goes on. It's like there's more and more and more of a divorce from the institutions of government and the institutions of capital, institutions of wealth, and like the actual state of the world that they're meant to inform you about. Inform being in pretty heavy air quotes, honestly, I think the fact that the Bureau of Labor Statistics is undergoing this change speaks to a lack of need to like care as much about actually maintaining consensus. Does that make sense? Like they still kind of have to pretend, kind of. But there was sort of an earnestness to the reporting of such statistics in as accurate a manner as you could find. There's a sort of earnestness and like honesty to that like we're actually trying to maximize economic output in a way that might not be directly one-to-one, but is related to the economic health of the country, right? Mostly in this respect, it's still mostly for business owners. But nonetheless, like, I don't know. It speaks to a degree. It speaks to actually like a degree of the consolidation of power, institutional power, and state power that in some ways could actually be bad for business. The BLS statistics are actually a tool that is relied on by a lot of businesses to actually make decisions about investing and about hiring and about other sorts of stuff, right? They use it as a general barometer for like where the economy is in terms of its health, right? Like particularly with regards to the labor market, which has an insidious tone to it that, like, effectively they refer to it to gauge just how little they can get away with paying people, how much or little bargaining power do workers have, um, you know. But nonetheless, it guides very important economic decisions being made, some of which actually being on a much more humanely rational basis. For example, imports and exports. How much of this product do we import or export so that we can keep ourselves afloat, so we can keep importing and exporting this product, right? Thinking about with grocers, you know, food distribution, despite all the monopolization that's happening, you know, it creates more economic uncertainty in a way that is obviously going to be much harder for smaller players, smaller economic actors to weather, right? Like it's going to be harder for those kinds of stores to withstand, like, the Bureau of Labor Statistics no longer reporting accurate job numbers and no longer reporting accurate indications of how healthy the labor market is at present. And it's going to enable more consolidation. This is not the only thing that is going to enable this or result in this process, but it is nonetheless a contributing factor. Another contributing factor would be the tariffs. Again, you know, regardless of the effect, they induce uncertainty above all else. And that uncertainty is bad for business, particularly businesses that aren't huge, which enables the businesses that are huge to weather the storm a lot better, so that they come out of the other side. The smaller businesses don't. More consolidation happens, more monopolization happens. You get the idea, right? It's sort of the natural progression of capitalist political economy, that eventually there's a limit to how much real economic productivity you can add to the world on based on a profit-seeking model. So eventually it just becomes about consolidation of existing productive forces, or the consolidation of existing like profit-making forces, right? Which necessitates the destruction of a lot of productive capacity, right? In the short term, for the consolidation of it and enshittification of it in the long term. Remember, it's like a different version of the hostile takeovers and shit that were all happening in the 1980s. That's effectively what this is now. It's just being, instead of it being done entirely within the boardroom, the state is literally remolding itself and remolding society and remolding, like, all of the tools of fact-finding and data collection to enable this process of consolidation of power and wealth, right? Also, PandaPlay, thank you very much for the follow. PandaPlay_S. Sorry, but got to use your full name there. I don't know. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics wasn't the greatest. So I mean, well, actually, literally was the greatest source. It wasn't a flawless source of information with regards to metrics of economic health before. Certainly had its flaws, but it's definitely going to get a lot worse now that the Trump administration is sort of staffing it with cronies who will report numbers that will puff up the I don't know, street cred of the administration, right? Like they're bringing it into the fold of the propaganda machine, which in the short term is going to be bad for business in a lot of ways. But in the long term, it's actually going to be good for business, or good for big businesses, you know, in a sort of way, because it enables them to consume and subsume more of the competition into themselves. Hopefully that makes sense. And there are a lot of other things happening that are part of this process of, like, a shift away from like, well, just a really big shift away from a lot of things and towards a lot of, like, other really, really bad things. Um, But there are other things that sort of herald the same change that I was talking about with respect to the Bureau of Labor Statistics that are like part of this same change. The destruction of the education system, like creating economic instability as well. Basically, anything that creates economic instability is part of this process. Part of this process where, like, capitalism is basically at the end of its rope. Capitalism is starting to crash out in a major, major way, such that, like, real production under this model has kind of reached its peak. And the only way for society to actually improve is to do things that would subvert profit margins and a profit-based economic model. So in order to preserve the profit-based economic model, instead, the economy itself is being undercut for the sake of making the line go up. And that line is being increasingly and increasingly detached from the circumstances that it's sort of kind of supposed to measure. Anywho, we got a nice house. Look at that. Get rid of all these. Very good. I've spent a lot of time yapping. Maybe I'll spend some time building. Now, I actually not entirely sure what kind of house I want to build next. What I'm trying to do is infill, basically, build out some neighborhoods that extend all the way to over here, or have this other stuff. Also, I need to look into, like, backing up this Minecraft world, so that I can keep it for forever. You know? I'll tell you this, I actually also, I spoke to a shift about, like, politics no longer being about consensus. For a while, under capitalist political economy, as much as it was just a matter of pretense, uh, uh, liberal democracy was sort of the name of the game, in that you had to create the illusion that, like, oh, of the people, by the people, for the people, we're governing based on consensus of this broad base of interests who, differ in some respects, but they can agree on these things, these, like, essential core areas of nation building and of infrastructure development, of societal development, et cetera, that will make life better for everyone. Yay! That's starting to sort of break down, because of how widely varied and different those sets of interests are becoming, and how it's kind of like they're no longer compatible with each other. You know, there are a lot of different. Just as an example, the interests of capital are incompatible with the interests of, the left and the well-educated. The interest of making society more stable, for everybody, more sustainable for everybody, and better for everybody. Generally, the objective of the well-educated people who believe in something and care about society. Not compatible with the vision of large property owners that, their portfolio line should go up. And that is literally irreconcilable. Anything that you can do to serve one set of those interests necessarily undercuts the other set of those interests. Likewise, both of these sets of interests are, in some ways, incompatible with the interests of the far right, with the reactionary mass of, like, incels, right? Their interest is to make society worse for everybody out of spite for basically women and minorities. They want to kill women and minorities, essentially, and strip away their rights, In one way, this is good for business. It enables, the wealthy to pay them less. It enables consolidation of wealth upwards. That's good for business. However, and obviously this is incompatible with the interests of like the left and well-educated people who want to make society better, but it's also incompatible with the interests of business because the anti-immigrant sentiment and the anti-feminist sentiment of the incel sort of bloc is actually so severe as to deprive a large part of the labor force from these big economic magnates that are their own sets of interests. So that is also incompatible with the business interests. When you get to such a degree of polarization that we see ourselves in right now, these three big sets of interests, which I guess correspond to socialism, liberalism, and fascism. Socialism being the left, the well-educated, the people who want to make society better, no matter if it undercuts profits or upsets incels, kind of. The incels being fascists, and the business magnates being the liberals. These three sets of interests, these big sets of interests that drive society, are now so fundamentally incompatible with one another that government by consensus is actually impossible. You have to actually just kind of do government by state power. We have our vision and we are going to implement it regardless of what you have to say about it, because there's only three real sets of interests here. We represent one of them and it's irreconcilable with the other two. Right? Right now, the liberals are in power. Even where the far right is in power, the liberals are in power. And that means the business interests, which means that the state and state power and institutional power is going to start consolidating around said business interests. The surveillance crackdowns, like the surveillance, the fucking AI like algorithm that's going to screen your fucking YouTube account to determine whether you're underage or whatever, that, all of the age verification shit that's going to demand your identification online, all the ways in which your phone listens to you, like all the ways in which we're losing our rights, that is all being done so that you can be served targeted advertisement, so that more money, more profit can be extracted out of you, out of existing resources, out of existing persons and places and whatever, so that line can go up. But that's also like profoundly unpopular. The incels don't like that, like, at all. And the left obviously doesn't like that at all. So government by consensus would actually mean that you can't advance that set of interests. You would have to not do that. Basically, government by consensus means nothing ever happens. In order for something to happen, you actually have to break the rule of governing by consensus. Assuming this general principle where these interests are becoming so polarized that they're now fundamentally incompatible with each other. Does that make sense? So you'll see governments increasingly doing these objectively, like, unpopular, rancidly unpopular things around censorship, around restriction of the use of the internet, around like the consolidation of state power. Hell, even with Visa and MasterCard, like fucking cracking down on NSFW content. This is all sort of a shift away from pretend democracy, even pretending that there's democracy, and a shift back towards, like, I don't know, kind of an earlier model of authoritarianism where, I mean, not to sound like it's a thought terminating cliche or whatever, but it does seem like in some ways we are, there are some approximations of the world of 1984 that are unfolding in front of us, right? Like consensus and popular support exists until it doesn't. And if it ceases to exist in such a way that it's like impossible to rebuild it, or would take a super long time to rebuild, then one set of interests is just going to start asserting itself. And I would prefer that be the interests of the left, because that would make society more democratic. That's kind of the way that you have to go to rebuild government by consensus, right? But that means undercutting the interests of the incels, undercutting the interests of profit. And right now, the interests of profit are the ones driving this train. And we're about to drive off a fucking cliff. Because of shit like the AI bubble. God, the AI bubble is such a great example of this, right? Think of how many AI data centers have been built in areas where people, like, objectively didn't want it. Like, nobody fucking wants these data centers, except for the businesses that make shit tons of money speculating on it. and like, I don't know, mining Bitcoin or whatever, you know? And so instead of actually listening to people or putting up the pretense of listening to people, what they're starting to do is just crack down on all opposing sentiment with the force of the state. This is the logical end stage of capitalism. I think I'm comfortable now saying that we are beyond late stage capitalism. High stage capitalism lasted for about 100 years. Late stage capitalism lasted for about 50 years, 75 years. You know, the capitalism, like many economic systems, comes in stages, right? Well, same with feudalism. You have early, middle, high, and late feudalism. You have early, middle, high, and late capitalism. And now I think we are in end stage capitalism, where the system is starting to, we're starting to see the system in real time crumble under its own weight. You know? Classic conservatives. The conservatives actually aren't like the set of interests that I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the liberals. If we're using the train analogy, right? And eventually, like, economic systems collapse to varying degrees of severity, giving rise to another economic system after some time of uncertainty and instability, right? And we're imagining that we're all riding on this train. The liberals are the conductor of this train, and they just want to see fuel be used at the maximum efficiency possible, right? And so to that effect, they keep shoveling coal into the fire to move the train forward, right? The problem is the train is heading towards a cliff. The left's interest is to make sure that everybody on that train doesn't die. So the left is trying to get the liberals to stop shoveling coal into the train, right? But even if the liberals stop shoveling the coal and the left slams the brakes full force, the train is probably still going to go over that cliff, right? It's going to be less bad if you slam the brakes full force. People are going to be able to, like, I don't know, maybe they'll have enough time to say jump and you land in the river below or something like that. I don't know, right? Less people will die if you actually do pull the brakes full force, right? The damage will be less and society would be better afterwards. So you will have a chance to make society better. That's the interest of the left. But if you do that, it means coal's no longer being shoveled into the fire, right? Which means that it's not being shoveled into the fire at the maximum efficiency, which means they don't, like, the liberals basically don't get to do their, like, paradox interactive strategy game number optimization, right? They love numbers. They love those numbers, even when they don't pertain to real human lives. The right, the conservatives, the fascists, their interest is they hate everybody on this train. They want to see them die, except for themselves. They want to live, but they want everybody else to die. So what they're going to do is actually shovel coal even faster onto the train to try to speed it up, which is less efficient than what the liberals are doing. But it's also, like, disastrous. You know, they're shoveling coal too fast. They're accelerating the collapse. They're making it worse. You know, all of these interests are fundamentally incompatible with each other. But regardless of what any one person, if we imagine each of these sets of interests as one person that's trying to, like, conduct this train, and currently the liberal is the conductor, no matter what any of those three sets of interests do, that train is going over the cliff and a lot of people are going to die and society is going to collapse, right? It's just, the train is just at that point where there's sort of no reversing it. Right? We're at that stage in capitalism, in a capitalist political economy. God, it sounds so rote to even say capitalism, but understand what I'm talking about here. The limit has basically been reached. You know, in a market system, business grows until it reaches what's called market saturation. There's no more room for real, meaningful expansion, real development, things that make people's lives better. Under also a capitalist, like, mode of production for a considerable amount of time, although even at the beginning of capitalism, the interests of capital and the interests of, like, human society were often at odds. They were in many cases compatible. You know, the expansion of production made food easier to acquire, made clothing easier to acquire, etc., etc. Now we've actually reached a point where they are fundamentally incompatible. You know, We've reached the point where there's no longer anything that the profit motive can give to the world that would actually benefit it. There are only things that the profit motive can give or take that would benefit the profit motive at the expense of every human being on Earth. So there's a breakdown of that consensus. This is one of the reasons that like the far right coming into power in the age of liberalism was actually kind of an aberration, is because it like there was the sort of inertial perception and the inertial coalition that there was some overlap between the interests of society and the interests of capital, that you could do capitalist investment and capitalist development in ways that actually did make society better. That doesn't happen anymore. So now you are left with the small amount of overlap that capitalism has with the far right, with the incels. There's some people that are coping that say everything's good to stay the same forever, nothing ever happens. That's what I said earlier, which is that in a world where like for a period of time where this consensus was starting to break apart, we genuinely did live in the world of nothing ever happens. Because in the early stages, states wanted to keep the machine of consensus-based governance going. They wanted to keep it turning. But you can't do that while asserting the primacy aggressively of one interest over the others. So they basically had to sit on their hands and do nothing in order for things not to devolve in a hurry. Does that make sense? Because that inertia was still there from the overlap in these coalitions, where like basically for a little while, for a decent amount of time actually, the liberals were actually afraid of stepping on the toes of the left and the right. But they held the power, so as a result, they didn't use it for anything. Reminds me that people try to sleep through their entire lives. Yeah, this is like unironically, this is a fundamental breakdown of I think this is a fundamental breakdown of like 20th and 21st century politics. And it's going to, the politics that we're about to see are going to much more greatly resemble the politics of the 16th century and earlier as it pertains to the state. You know, decisions will no longer be made with any semblance of like popular will or consensus in mind, because that's just not compatible with statecraft anymore. Because like the state exists to serve the interests of capital, or rather to serve its own interests, which often overlap with capital, right? We're about to hit the second act. Yeah, basically, we are about to hit the second act. Essentially, if what I've said is like going over your head, don't worry about it. What I'm effectively trying to communicate is that, like, as I see it, there are a lot of things that led to the world getting better in the 20th and 21st, like a little bit of the 21st century, that are no longer present, that are going to lead to societal decay. Basically, we're going to get cyberpunk, I think. And I think that most people will probably understand that. One time I asked someone, do they have any plans to survive? And they were like, are you saying I'm suicidal? What? That doesn't make any sense, bro. What are they on about? I'm going to refill my water, and I'll come back and build something. Not joking, that was their reaction. Bro, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what people are smoking these days. Now, what other kind of house can I put? Personal guess is their plan for the future is to not think about it. I mean, that's the case for most people, which is unfortunate. Me personally, my plan for the future is very low tech, almost uncharacteristically so, given, the 21st century. Like, none of what I want involves the internet. Like, if at all possible, I intend to have like a job that doesn't require me to use an internet connected device, except maybe, I don't know, to text, like, hey, I'm sick today. So I fucking hate the internet. Keep that shit to my free time where I can control it. I used to love the internet. The internet used to be cool. There used to be like fucking, you go to hotwheels.com. I'm not kidding. I actually did play a shit ton of games on hotwheels.com. And like there'd be some cool shit for you to play after school and whatever. Uh it was kind of I think I kind of missed the days when like the internet was not modular enough to interfere with classroom learning. Like I think I actually do genuinely miss that relationship with the internet. That it was like a fun treat that you got to enjoy some like nice Hot Wheels video games on after school or whatever. And that like you got to show your parents like, look, I found this cool space shuttle video. It's the space shuttle. Like when they got home from work, they're like, wow, that's cool. That's the space shuttle. Technically never used a search engine besides YouTube for 18 years of my life. That's fucking crazy. I remember when Google used to not suck a long, long time ago. Even if you manage to get Google without the AI search thing, it's full of like sponsored results and bullshit like that. Hmm. You know what? Let me go back to that like general shape of housing, kind of like bunch of rocks that I put down on the ground. To play video games all by myself for the majority of my life. That's kind of what my life has turned into nowadays. Kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. That's kind of, and in fact, that's kind of figured into me planning for the future. Is like moving somewhere where there's actual community, and I don't feel like there's just nothing for me to do around here that's like interesting. Like I have friends at the food bank. Do you know how far the food bank is from me? It's like 5 or 6 miles. Here, in fact, I can look this up right now. Hopefully I don't dox myself by accident. Okay, yes, that is the food bank. Uh-huh. Let's start from there. 4.4 miles. I have to ride my bike 4 miles, or actually 3.8 by bike. It was 4.4 by car because the route's slightly different. 3.8 miles. I have to ride my bike. Almost 4 miles to get to the food bank. Don't worry, it's not like I'm ever going to leave my house. You're not who I'm worried about, but thank you for the reassurance. Yeah, I have to ride my bike almost 4 miles to get to the food bank. And that's all downhill, so I have to ride 4 miles entirely uphill to get back to my house. It's a good fucking thing I have an e-bike. The one time I tried to do that bike ride on a regular ass bicycle with no electric motor, I felt like I was gonna die when I got back to my house. Like, it was insane. You know how much better my life would be if I just lived in a town that was built before cars existed, that still had like a town center where I could live, and like there would be a food bank within half a mile that I could walk to. It'd be fucking great. I'd go there every day or something like that, at least multiple times a week. You know, there just ain't shit. I don't know. I'm not getting that many ideas from these like general shapes of houses. Hmm. Doesn't this have a basement or something? Yeah, it does. Okay, so there's like a. This is kind of giving me an idea. Maybe. Maybe. I have two floors and then like a split level thing over here, but the split level would not be like at the entrance. I wonder how I would do that. I think I have a house where I did that and I didn't like it all that much. Or maybe like it's not that easy to recreate. Hmm. I don't want to reinvent the wheel when I'm building these houses, right? But I want to build something that looks a little bit different. You know what? Maybe I'll come look at one of the like much older houses here. So some of the stuff in the inner core of this place to see if there's anything I could like, I don't know, decide like, oh, this would be a good shape to like make in a newer style or whatever with new interior design that I, you know, have learned over the years. SpongeBob. Big giant SpongeBob. A lot of these look whack. That's because I built these when I was like 13 or 14. Hmm. Not gonna lie, the external shape of this is like kind of interesting. In fact, I think it's Google Earth time. Time to dox somebody that I don't actually know who they are by, like, zooming in on their house or something. I don't know. Citizens of Vladivostok, watch the fuck out or something. Yeah, there's Vladivostok. Wow. Look at that. I don't know why I went to just Vladivostok first. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is good for a different purpose. One thing interesting about Russia is that there's a lot of communal housing there. One of the big successes of the Soviet Union was building like apartment blocks. And so as a result, in not even just Russia, but like a lot of the post-Soviet states, you see a lot of like apartment blocks instead of like standalone houses. Whereas in the US, you see like our housing development in that sort of way is characterized more so by standalone houses in suburbia than by apartment blocks in cities. And I think that the reason for that was that like the state capitalist quasi-socialist philosophy of a lot of Soviet governance was centered around bringing rural peasantry into the more educated urban proletariat, which is one of the things that I actually think I would support, right? Whereas in the United States, suburbia was part of a project of like de-urbanization, specifically because a lot of like white reactionaries really didn't want to live in the cities with minorities. Kind of two sides of a coin there. Um, let's see if we can find something that doesn't look like absolutely monstrous. Obviously, even though the United States has some places that are fucking dirt poor, now let's just look at like Knoxville. Sure, there are a lot of standalone houses and stuff like that. And because Google is based in America, there's a lot of Street View stuff. All right, what's up, random suburban street? What you got? Okay. Oh, are these are duplexes? Look at that. That's a different number. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. That's somebody's house. That's somebody else's house. This way goes to a cul-de-sac, I think. Oh, what? You could go this way? That is crazy. Jesus. Yeah, you can tell Google is based in America. Ooh, I kind of like that. You can tell Google is based in America because even though this neighborhood looks like it is not wealthy, even these tiny ass streets have Google Street View on them. Whereas there are even like major neighborhoods that are completely excluded in Russia that are probably like comparable levels of wealth. There are major neighborhoods that are just excluded from Google Street View in other countries. I think I'm looking at this house in particular. You see that? Wait, that is a porch there. Oh, that's the front door. I didn't even realize that. Okay, okay. So if I do this, here, let's exit Street View, and then okay, so this is the house that I'm thinking of. Okay. I didn't mean to. All right. What color wood is that? Is like okay. I wish, there's some mods that incorporate wood planks being dyed. I wish I had that right about now. Let's just use this. Yeah. Or maybe. We'll see. We'll see how that looks. And I will use a jungle wood door. Probably. Let's go build a house. Or something. Shoutouts to whoever lives here, I guess. I'm building your house in Minecraft. Okay. I'm gonna assume for the time being that it's more accurate to use mangrove wood planks for this. Alright. Start there, that's the corner. Okay. So how are these spaced? So if I here, let me actually pull out the glass panes for this. If I have a wall that looks kind of like that, that might actually be a little bit too far apart, or not too far apart, too close together, like not far enough apart. Hmm. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have 4 blocks between these windows if I'm gonna do it like that. Let's just add a layer on top for measure here. Yeah, these windows are a little bit wide, or like, I don't know. Proportions don't exactly match up to like Minecraft, right? But yeah, that looks about right. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna break these windows because they ain't there. Then here shall be window, window, right? And the door's gonna be here. Actually, this is gonna be off the ground a little bit, so I gotta plan for that. What kind of wood is that? It looks like oak wood, maybe. Maybe spruce. Maybe spruce wood. Okay. So then, like this. Tiny ass porch. I kind of appreciate the really tiny porch. Eh. So you just do like that. That seems about right. We do like, yeah. Probably about as good as I could get it. And oh no, you know what? Actually, I think I can keep those windows about where they are. if I just have the floor be like this instead of this, right? Like, so instead of having the floor be like that, where you're standing down here and then it's like 3 blocks, I could have it instead be like this. So it's like kind of a short ceiling. I think I'll do that. As for the inside floor, though, I don't know what I'm going to make it yet. I can't, Google Earth does not let you violate people's privacy by going inside their house. It only lets you dox their address. So I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out. You know what I can do? Actually... the white trim is something that I couldn't really recreate for the most part. Kind of had a hard time recreating it. I think I could do something like this. Right? Kind of like that. Then you have these obvious like white corners on the side there. I don't know how you would do that, except for I guess for some of these houses. See, with this one, I did, kind of like that. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I'll just do this with the corners. Where is it? Here it is. Ah, no, don't do that. Again, it's kind of like thicker than in the real world, the real life. But I think it works out. See? Kind of. Yeah, you get me. Type shit. Still don't know what I want to make the floor. But I will focus on making the wall first. It's not super important that I get these windows faithful to the real thing. I mean, maybe I try to do that. But it looks like this is considerably wider than that. Or, like, longer than this front part is wide. So, how long are we talking? Probably, like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, 4 is 8. Maybe 12? Maybe I extend this by, like, 12. Let me try that. 10, 12. Right? You go one... You go like that. I don't know why I just... Well... I have this be off the ground, so... That. Once I build this house, I think I'm going to be mostly done. Oh, wait, actually... Kind of running into a problem where these windows are supposed to be a certain height. Oh, wait, maybe actually... No, these windows look actually a little bit lower. You know what I think I can do, actually? Let me get the slabs. I can probably have, for a little bit in the entrance, I could have the ceiling be like this, so that it would be just 2.5 blocks. But then, eventually, you take, like, the stairs down, and then the floor is down here, and the ceiling is like that. So then it's 3 blocks. I think that's what I'm going to go for. In fact, I'll leave the blocks, even though I don't know what the floor is going to be yet. I'm going to leave those blocks there just like that, so I can remember that that's kind of what I want to do with the floor and the ceiling for this house. You know? Obviously, apart from that, though, I have no idea what I want, like, the interior to look like. Because it's just like wow, this house is a rectangle. That's crazy. Does this go all the way around? Yes, it does. Okay. D. The letter D. I pressed it accidentally when I was in the menu for that sign. Signpost. Okay. Then this roof here. Looks like it's adding a good another, like, if the top of this window is like 3 blocks, and that's roughly where the roof starts. This is adding another like three, or yeah, like 1, 2, 3, and that's adding another like 1, 2, 3, right? So if I do something like this, that's about where the ceiling should come up to. If I use I don't know, these in some combination or another. If I do this, actually, oh wow, that actually gets really close to what I'm thinking of. 3. Actually, I might be able to make this work if I just do this, like that. Although now I have a problem that this doesn't really work. Because that overhang would... If I do this, right, and just have this going like so, that doesn't work either. I guess I could do that. No, no, I don't want to really do that. I don't want to do that kind of roof. I think this is angled a little bit too steeply for it to be slabs. I think this needs to be stairs, but I would need to start it here. Wait, no, actually, this doing this would be fine. Okay, if I do this, boom, boom, uh, uh, no, that's too tall. I'm silly. Hang on, let me take a rough measurement of this with like my fingers. Okay, so no, never mind. This would be fine. This would be like representative of that. Yeah, that would work. Okay. Okay. So from the front, let's fill some of this in. Get like that. Wait. It ain't right. Did I do a goof? I might have done. I did a goof. Only a slight goof, but a goof nonetheless. Okay. So then from the front, you'll see something like this. I'll have to add on that little compartment in the front there. Yeah, okay, that looks about right. Right? Like you see the front of this house? That looks about like that. Okay. All right, that's good. That's good. So I think I've got generally the shape and silhouette like of the house that I want to build. Let's figure out now the flooring material for most of the house. I don't think it's going to be spruce wood. At least maybe it's not. I don't necessarily want it to be spruce wood. let me go look at other houses I've built with jungle wood and see if there's something that looks good. This is a house I built with jungle wood. I used jungle wood and cobblestone. Okay. The walls are made of cobblestone. That's a little bit more Minecrafty though. It's not based on a real world house or nothing. This is a house I made out of jungle wood. Also very Minecrafty. I'm not sure I like the floor as much. Jungle wood, where are you at? Jungle wood, I use oak wood as the floor. This doesn't look that bad. Here's a house with jungle wood. Oh, this was a real small one. This looks good. I could use that. That's a candidate. Anything else I made out of jungle wood? Shoot. A lot of oak wood. See what I was talking about earlier. I have a bias towards some of the older blocks in the Minecraft uh stuff. You know, I guess in the Minecraft lithography, fucking not in the sense of literature, but in the sense of lithic materials. You know, stones. Haha, funny. I don't like the prismarine, but this blue could be something. Oh, what about this? This is more modern, though. I don't know if the deep slate would work all that well. I'll consider it regardless. Anything else? Jungle wood? No, that's just jungle wood on the roof. Alright, I think we can start heading back. Got some good candidates for what the floor material should be in order for the house to look good. Smiley face. After this house, I'll probably be done streaming because I've streamed a full hour more than I usually do. Carte Blanche Redstone Labs. And it's just a giant fucking open square of sandstone. Nice. This is the redstone ready preset, at least the portion of it that's super flat. Okay, let's ooh. Yeah, let's use this. Let's see how this looks. Let's just fill in like a nice rectangle here. Or like a square. 4x4. How does this look? That looks pretty good. And then if I just fill in some of this up here. Wait, actually, you know what might even look better? It's just plain old white wool. This goes well with the jungle wood and with the red mangrove wood. Yeah. Cool. All right, so I have my my flooring material that I want to use for stairs. For stairs, I could probably You see, a lot of houses that have carpeted floors typically will have carpeted stairs as well. But the problem is, carpeted stairs don't exist in Minecraft. So I'm gonna have to pick some kind of, probably wood. Some kind of like wooden stairs. Maybe I'll use spruce wood stairs because I already used spruce wood for the porch here. That might be good. That might be good. I'll do that. Okay, so let's try to make this work. I think. Oh, I've got an idea. I think I'm actually just gonna do like a reverse, like just a porch inside as well. Like you do something like this, right? And then you just have the fence coming over here, and then you go boom. So then this will be the part that has the like kind of raised ceiling there, right? Yeah. So you come in and then you shoot down like that. Cool. Uh, then what? Why is why is that? No, just put a random spruce wood plank there. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Open the door like that. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Front of the house. Side. You got this. Let's fill in the floor right now. Let's actually. Oh, I got an idea. If I put stone like under here to give the image that it's like a carpet floor. Why is it getting? Oh fuck! Am I losing my eyesight? I know it's getting dark, but it looks like my screen is getting foggy. I don't know if that's just me or not. I think it's just an effect of my monitor, actually. Never mind. False alarm. I am not going blind. Allegedly. Okay. So, because of, yeah, okay. So because the floor is, like, right there, I'm gonna actually fill this level in with the mangrove planks here. And I'm actually gonna take this one out, because there's gonna be, like, windows here. Yeah, with the exception, I guess, of, like, those couple over there. Okay. Right, so we've got that. We've got that right away. Then, I actually, now might be a good time to add this little protruding bit. So it's probably, what, like 2 by 2? Something? 1, 2... Well, it's got a door on it, so maybe it's like 2 by 3. Wait a sec. Okay, this might not exactly work in Minecraft. Is it? Wait, no, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Yeah, because the porch is, like, pressed right up against it. Okay. Um, so if I do this... Right? Yeah, that comes out to, like, basically in front of the porch. Am I right about that? No, it only comes up to the stairs. Interesting. Okay. So if I would have to do like this. And then this, this, this. That seems about right. I didn't mean to do that. That was accidental. Let's just do this. That's probably fine. And then these... I'm not going to have the door there. That looks good. I like that. I like the way that looks. See, here it's supposed... Yeah, here it's supposed to be, like... That's kind of hanging off. I don't think I can really do that, though. Yeah, not really. See, because this is in the way up here. If I wanted to extend it up, this doesn't, like... Yeah, I think that's good as it is. So let me do some of this. And then I'm going to actually open this up. It's getting really dark. Great. I think this is going to be like a little bathroom or something. You know, for decorative purposes because Minecraft, but also sometimes maybe, you know, psychologically you need a shower also in Minecraft. As opposed to needing a shower to get clean like in real life. Which you should shower every day. Do it. You bunch of stinky gamers who watch me, probably. I don't know. Unless your SO is into body odor or something. Images of Napoleon flashing across my mind right now. You cannot escape the BO kink or something. I don't know what I'm waffling about right now. Okay, let's try to determine the shape of the inside of this house. In fact, actually, to try to help this process, I'm actually going to put the windows on first. I said I didn't want to do that initially, but now I kind of do. It is, the clouds are moving in. It's getting kind of ominous outside. Don't take me over there. Take me, excuse me? Thank you. Look at that house, please. Thank you. So, something like this, right? Got a window there. Got a small window. You got a regular sized window. Like this. Ain't that right? Somewhere in here, there's a small boy window. Like that. Right? Kinda? Kinda. Looks about right. That's that side. Then also, there's a window right here. And then that corresponds to the wall kind of like this. So then you have the wall that looks more or less like that. Okay, now let's look at the other side. Nope. Other side, please. Okay, there's a couple windows there. That one looks like it's about in the middle, maybe off-center very slightly. And then this one down here looks like it's about here. Let's get rid of that door for now. Am I right about that? Yeah, okay, so that's about where that one is. Then this one, about in the middle, maybe off-center very slightly. Yes, okay, that looks perfect. I think because I used an even number of blocks here, you can't have like a one block wide window that's perfectly centered, so that actually looks great for that. And then there's no other windows on that side. Interesting. I guess because you just be looking at... Well, no, that actually doesn't make sense. These windows, you'd be able to look out that way, but then there's a bunch of windows on this side. You just get a face full of other house next door. I don't know why that is. Let me see if I can... Oh, okay. Please. Okay, so that's the house I was looking at. Let's look at it from this angle. Oh, what? That was the front? That's the front? Not the... Oh, dang. Unfortunate. Okay, so... Well, actually, I don't have to change anything about back here, necessarily. I will, however, have to incorporate this new consideration. So, got a window kind of like this, right? On the front of the house. Boop. Then there's a door, which would be more like a birch wood door. It is just the one, yeah. Kind of here? No, not there. Be like here. Okay. So let's just have wool there with this door. Then there's a window. Eh, nah. It's kind of like this. Yeah, it seems a bit more like it. And this window I probably have to just put there. Window up here? There is. Be like this. Those don't quite look aligned to me. I guess I could kind of defer this to like over here, and then this would be there. So this one would look a little bit janky, but that one would be in the right place. We'll see how that looks. And then there's a small porch, or a patio. Yeah, a porch, not a patio. Comes out about 2 blocks. Got some fences. Right? And that's here, or thereabouts. Wait, what? Yes. Okay. It looks wonky. Is the thing. Let's see. Do fences connect to walls? I'm gonna find this out right now. I feel like I should remember this. No, they do not. Okay, great. Cool. So much for that. So put. Oh wait, actually, if it has white fences on the corners, I could probably do that. Like so. Then. Oh, I actually don't need to do that. S. The letter S. Many such cases. Wait, actually, no, I do need to do that because these stairs start here. Yeah. Okay. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. What is going on? They start above the. Bro, this doesn't make sense. Wait, yes, it does. Never mind. Start one up like that, and you come forward like so. Eh, eh. Then what? This is all mangrove planks, right? And then you have this coming across like that. I hear the thunder. I can hear the thunder approaching. Oh shit. Damn, dude. Kind of hard to see because it's dark, but I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Porch, show me some shit. Okay, that probably looks fine. Probably. Allegedly. Put some stone down. Let's actually put some stone here as well. If this is like a utility closet or a shower or something. So, I think now, yeah, the general shape of the house is done. Like the exterior. Now we gotta shape the interior of the house. Means I'm gonna be using... I know for some of the house interiors I've used like sandstone or colored concrete or something. For American houses, though, they use like drywall and shit, which is the most fragile fucking build material. I don't know. I guess I could. I don't necessarily want to use mangrove wood for the whole interior because that's a little bit harsh in terms of its coloring. I think maybe I'll use white terracotta because this nice soft pinkish color is pretty good. Like if I put a wall here, just hypothetically, if I put a wall there, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Kind of like an eggshell white color. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Let me fill in this floor with wool, just because. I'll put a couple torches down here, just to light things up a little bit. I'll fill this up with wool. And then I'll figure out how I want to divide the bottom floor. I'll do that first. Then I'll figure out where I want to put the staircase that goes up to the top floor. And figure that out later. Right? So I come in down here, and you've got this whole thing. Right? I kind of liked imagining that this was the front of the house. I kind of like that. But, oh well. Regular ass porch at the front of the house. What do I want this to look like? So on the bottom floor, I'm imagining there's like a sitting area, there's a kitchen, and then this is like, that's a bathroom or a storage room or something, right? So I guess as you come in, the sitting area would be here. Yeah, in fact, okay, I've got an idea. I'm gonna do an incomplete wall because like sometimes there's kitchens that have like the middle open part where you can see through. I'm gonna do that. Right, maybe do something like this. Then what I'm gonna do is probably have the stairs be here. Like that. You know, have these be the stairs. Right? So that's the staircase that leads upstairs. You have a nice accompanying thing like so. Maybe this could be like a little utility closet or something, I don't know. Yep, that's thunder, all right. Anyways, as I'm doing this, I guess. Oh boy, part of the political decline of this country and others. Let's copy that, paste it here. Y'all see this article from ABC, I guess ABC Go, but nonetheless ABC. Supreme Court formally asked to overturn landmark same-sex marriage ruling. Kim Davis, a former clerk who refused gay couples, brought the appeal. This bitch has been on this for like 10 years, apparently. Like, ever since Obergefell v. Hodges was passed, and like gay people were officially included in like the 14th Amendment and shit. Like this woman, as well as like the whole far right cadre, have been constantly like screeching to try to get gay marriage rights overturned. Because that's like obviously a gateway to overturning other packages of civil rights, which has some overlap for being good for business. Remember how I was explaining those like contradictory sets of interests? How there's like some limited amount of overlap. 10 years after the Supreme Court extended marriage rights to same-sex couples nationwide, the justices this fall will consider for the first time whether to take up a case that explicitly asks them to overturn that decision. Uh, yeah, look, there's literally nothing to this. She just said, like, well, nothing substantive, that is. This woman just says, like, yeah, this decision was egregiously wrong and it was a legal fiction, it was a mistake, and it has to be overturned. Uh, they're not even bothering to provide a justification or explanation for why gay people shouldn't have rights. The implied explanation is just gay people shouldn't have rights. Like that's it. And that, like, there's no legal pretense to that. There's no like oh well, you see, legally this section of the law, blah blah blah, like this section of the law and this means that actually you're not protected, blah 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 blah, and this is what we think the law should mean. No, they just don't want gay people to have rights, and they are pursuing legal action to support that, right? Like the law is secondary to ideology in this instance. Unironically, something that is shared between the left and the right is that both the left and the right are capable of looking at a law that they don't like and saying, yeah, fuck that law, that shouldn't exist, right? Like a law that they disagree with, that they view as detrimental for society. The difference being that there's an axiomatic difference of what they view as beneficial or detrimental for society. Whereas the liberal prioritizes the law a priori because the law is a means by which stability comes, and stability means good business. So liberals, being prioritizing good business over basically all else, will basically never look at a law and say, yeah, that should be changed or overturned outright. That's why they're all about like tweaks on the margins and shit. Okay, so this will be the kitchen. This can actually be that. Yeah, this will be like a little bathroom or something. So kitchen here. Maybe a coat rack there. Yeah, okay, this is coming together. This is kind of coming together. Let's see, kitchen, maybe dining area? No. I think that it would just be like one big kitchen. Well, it's kind of awkward to have a kitchen that's this big. What do you think about this? I think maybe this is supposed to be a bathroom here. So, like, this would be something, right? And then maybe this is the kitchen. No, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense, though. At least I don't think it would. I'm just going to go with my original assumption that there's going to be a little sitting area, or dining area, rather, here. Maybe dining area here, kitchen here. You know what? This could be a pantry. Yeah, this could be a... and then maybe this could be like a small bathroom. No, that wouldn't make sense, though. That wouldn't make sense. Trying to think about this. Uh, What else is there even to say? Yeah, so about the gay marriage decision, potentially, like the potentiality that the Supreme Court just overturns gay marriage rights. Uh, it's entirely possible that they just say, yeah, fuck it, gay people are not allowed to get married anymore. I mean, that wouldn't be what the Supreme Court says. The Supreme Court would say that gay people no longer have the right to get married. It's and they would say so. Therefore, it's up to the states, the judgment of the states and their policy making and whatnot, uh, whether gay people should be protected in this way or like afforded the uh, ability to get marriage licenses and whatnot. Depending on how militantly fascistic the Supreme Court feels, it's entirely possible that they say some shit like, yeah, it's up to the states whether gay people ought to have the privilege, the like extra privilege to also get marriage licenses like straight couples do, or something like that. Um, but I'm almost positive that like due to the complete lack, like utter lack of consequence that we've seen for literally any reactionary and draconian politics that the government engages in up to this point, I'd say that like by the end of the year, gay marriage is no longer going to be a constitutional right. That's just kind of the world we're headed towards, you know? Okay, so this is obviously going to be like a bath. Do that right away, I think. And maybe like this. And then yeah, like this could be a bedroom or something. Something like that, something like this. Yeah, okay, it's coming to go. Have a smaller bedroom here, maybe, and a larger bedroom here. Wait, actually, in order for that to be a thing, that this would have to come across like so. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think we got a good floor plan here. Let's have this door kind of be there. Then this would be here. And I think I'll just for now I'm gonna put do kind of like that. Yeah. Hope you enjoy losing rights because that's gonna be like I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. I wish there was something better I could say. But honest to God, I think like if you are alive right now, the rest of your life, regardless of how old you are, the rest of your life is going to be marked in legal terms, it's going to be marked by you losing rights. You know, like, oh yeah, all these like legal rights and protections that you have, you don't have those anymore. Sorry. Uh, why? Because we felt like it. No explanation provided. We just decided like, yeah, your life is worse. You don't deserve these rights. You don't have these rights. You don't get to be protected from this. We don't care. Blah blah blah. You know, that seems like what we're in for. There. Doors here. Very good. Let's actually, I think I want to put like a, yeah, let's do something like this to the for the roof of the house here. Wait, maybe not though. Maybe not this block particularly. The ceiling of houses tend to be like a similar color to the walls. I looked up at my own ceiling as I said that because it's the same for my house. I don't see any rain out there yet. That thunder is getting mighty disconcerting. Got it. I'm 3 hours and 40 minutes into stream. Let's use this sandstone. I think this is a good ceiling material. Okay. Then start filling in this. Ah. Around like so. Here I am in Minecraft, building some, like, it's kind of weird to think about, like, just building some random house in Knoxville, Kentucky. Like, yeah, this would be good. Let's build this, see what this, looks like. You know, this would be a good addition to Minecraft world. Sure, fuck it. Unfortunately, here's something interesting. One fatal flaw that I noticed that I hoped to avoid, but end up falling prey to all the same. Something about American houses is how big they are. American houses are pretty fucking large. And even this house, like in Knoxville, Kentucky, like, you could probably see, if I go back to Google Earth here, this house isn't, like, huge, right? So let's look at it, like, from the side here. This house isn't massive, but, like, it's pretty big. You know? Like, it's cheaply built. You can look at some of these other, maybe not the duplexes, right? Uh, but a lot of houses in America are actually, like, pretty big for the income level that they represent, you know? There we go. Check that out. So we got, this is what it's going to look like from the outside. I think I like that. I think I kind of like that. So now let's go inside. And I'll put some torches on the ground again. So there can be some light. And I'll fill these in, right? So we have 3 bedrooms up here. But only 1 bathroom. Well, there's 3 bedrooms, there's 2 bathroom down there, bathroom here. I think that's fine. You could, I mean, you could, I don't know if I want to. Maybe do that. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave that kind of like that. Or will I? The eternal debate. I think I'll do this. Okay. So these walls look pretty plain right now. I could probably add some paintings, though, to make this look more interesting. I probably will do that, in fact. All right, let's get started on the interior of the house. Now that the exterior, at least of the house itself, is done. So let's... All right. We'll start with the kitchen. There it is. Barrel. I will have this just kind of lining that, so you can kind of see that, like, that's what the kitchen's going to be. Let's grab some trapdoors. Not mangrove, maybe spruce. Yeah. Well, no, maybe not like that. Maybe I don't need that. We have the crafting table here, and maybe... Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do that necessarily. You know what? I could have the like a fridge looking thing be right there. It's kind of a fun way to make something that looks like a fridge. You just use a white oak door and put it in front of some barrels. Boom, refrigerator. You know? It looks kind of goofy, but regardless. And then have some cabinets here, maybe. Maybe one down here as well. And then have your furnaces be up here. Like one, two, three. Kind of like that. Then have them all supported by trapdoors. Very good. Right? Maybe. Have a thing there. I think that's good. And we just do that. And have... Oh, you know what? I could have the light be there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That way the light's kind of out of the way. I have a little flower pot be there. That'd be cool. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so flower pot. And then, ooh, wait, actually... Well... Nah, I think the stuff that I have is like good where it is. Flower pot, maybe a composter, like right here. Cool. Or actually, I have it here. Yeah, I'll do that. Composter there. Uh, I will have a let's see, where's the yeah, have this all be like tile and stuff. I forgot. Door or something. Right. Okay. Eh. Nice. Wait, actually, this needs to be... Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Fridge opens that way. I don't know why I decided to focus on that little detail in that moment, but regardless. So that's the kitchen. Got this here restroom. Just gonna be like, I don't know, that. Sure. So you come in here and like have shower fantasies basically. This is the shower fantasy room, basically. Is what I'm getting at. Let's put one of these here. So then you come over this way and go outside. Let's have some chests in here. Right? So it's a little utility closet or something. Closet. Generally. Then this is gonna be a sitting area. Hello, creeper. Probably take this torch out of here. Maybe put a lamp here, actually. That'd be good. Yeah. Bro, this is bizarre. I hear the thunder very clearly, but the rain is still not here. Okay. Stairs. Need something that would, like, qualify as a chair for this kind of house. What did I use for this, I wonder? Cobblestone? Of course. Maybe I could use... You know what? Yeah, I'll use tough. Polished tough stairs. Cool. This is a way cooler looking entrance, I think, than this. Well, I don't know. This has some charm. Doesn't this have like a chair on like a seat on the porch? Yeah, it does. Look at that. Let's recreate that, shall we? Okay, it looks pretty orange. So let's get some of this and just go like that. Nice. Then hmm, probably do something like this. Maybe? No, maybe more like this. Yeah, more like that. I know this is kind of more like a booth. Uh, but, you know, it's Minecraft. There's only so much I can do with the dimensions here. Usually tables are kind of sort of like this. At least this is the kind of color that, like, the table in my house has. Alright. I don't feel right. There's, like, it's 4 by 4. I'm not quite using the space, I think. Maybe if I do this, it would be a little bit better. Like, it'd feel like a better use of space. Yeah, I think that does feel a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. So that's the downstairs. I'll have to come back with some paintings. Well, actually, I could probably do the paintings right now. So if I do that, I could have like a yeah, just a little painting there. That'd be good. And maybe a painting here. A painting like here. Yeah. Okay. This looks pretty good. Let's get some light and painting maybe over here. Painting there. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Got some paintings. Still no rain, but the thunder is like really mad. It's been almost 4 hours. I'm not done with this yet. Damn. I have not spent 4 hours on just this one building, mind you. Um. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to mention about the ABC Go article about the Supreme Court potentially overturning gay marriage. It come this fall. Liberals are already preemptively blaming the left for this. Like, dog, what? Like, I think there are some people saying, and I know this, like, it's social media, so fucking whatever, but I think it's a representative of like the difference between liberalism and like liberals. Let me back up. I think that the sentiment that was expressed is representative of the difference between liberalism and leftism as ideologies, even though there are a good number of liberals that do want to make the world a better place and who therefore would have what I would describe as very left-leaning tendencies. I think it's more characteristic of the liberal to basically like ascribe any institutional change that they don't like to people who want institutional change in any respect, if that makes sense, right? Like, basically, the liberals are content to be the smuggest ones in the death camp, and they know that fascists wouldn't even respond to like a sort of levying of blame because the fascists would be the one pointing the gun at their head, right? So they blame the left. But also, I think that liberals, like fundamental liberals who would blame the left like that, those kinds of people are like, you know, more so on the side of fascists anyway. Like, look, you get what I'm saying. I fucking hate this kind of liberal. Uh, you know, all of our rights are about to go away, and they're like, thanks, socialists. Like, dog, what? Group of people that's never been in power ever. That's crazy. Crazy how socialists would do this. You know, the fucking conservative 6-3 majority ruling like a conservative 6-3 majority would is somehow the left's fault. Like, I don't understand. I don't care to because there's nothing to understand. They just hate you. Both the Supreme Court for even considering this decision, considering taking this case, and the liberals for like being like, oh yeah, you lost rights. Well, I guess that's on you for not capitulating to us enough. Like, damn, fuck off. Like, I don't care. Uh, Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is something like this. Okay, there's that bathroom done. Now I just gotta take care of the bedrooms, right? I think I'm gonna go one bed in here, one bed in the other bedroom, then two in the big bedroom. I think that makes the most sense. Let's start with the big bedroom. Start with a nice blue bed. How's that look? Yeah, I think that fits. Despite the fact that like the colors kind of contrast, I think that that fits really nicely. So, what I'm gonna do is a little something like this. Maybe not that. No, yeah, I like that probably. Am I tripping? Might be tripping. No, yeah, that's good. Do like this. Okay. So then that will be this bedroom, all the light just there. Maybe I could have a light here, actually. You know, like a bedside lamp or something. Yeah. Yeah, that would be good. Bedside lamp for the bedroom. Then one of these. And like a reading chair. Reading chair would be good. Let's do this again. And I'll have a, let's see. I've got something. Yeah, I think that works pretty nicely. You have your chair here, your reading chair. You've got the bed and the... Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Grab a nice little blue flower. Put there. And let's put some paintings up. Have one up here. It keeps being that creeper thing. Give me the, piscine. That piscine. Perfect. Give me... Sure. Cool. All right. Got some nice little paintings. This is good. All right. Now... Okay, now it looks like it's raining a little bit out there. What color beds do I want for these other rooms? Let's look at the colored blocks section. See what would look good. Light blue is also probably good, and then maybe brown. Brown would be good. Yeah, that looks good. Light blue also looks good. Okay. Um, let's have the brown bed be in here. Uh, just put the light up here for now. Oh, I know. Yeah. Do something like this. And then have trapdoors supporting that. Good. Have a painting up here. Yeah. Maybe a painting here. Painting there. Be good. Painting there, painting there. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good bed frame. Maybe what I want to do. No, I think I do want to have it like a little bit lower, kind of like this. Maybe, actually, maybe I want to do this. So that then I could have like a flower pot here. Maybe a little thing like that. Yeah, that'd be good. That's good. Now, that's a good bedroom. That's good. Now we have a look at this one. It'll probably have to be one bed, which is fine. I think what I want to do is probably something like this. Right? And then have a shelf here. Maybe have a painting. Oh, okay. Let's try to get that horse paint. Yeah, that's good. Like that. Like that. Put the lamp. Let's put the lamp up here, actually. Or maybe here. And just have that right there. Maybe one of these here. There we go. And that's good. Right? Maybe. Maybe. Light there. Lamp there. Uh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Drop these. Get rid of all that. Pick this up. Thank you. Yeah. Here, let's just set the spawn point, sure. And look at that. Nice house. Let me now surround this with some grass according to how this all looks here. Okay. Uh-oh. Take a look at this again. Okay, so there's a little path behind the house as well. So we will do something like this. Draw this out for 3. Draw this out for 3. Nice. And I will surround it with grass accordingly. Very cool. Okay, let's put some grass here. And oh, I should get. I would like to get some of these as well. So I gotta light up the exterior of the house a little bit. Okay. Put all that down. Next time I stream, I'm definitely not playing Minecraft. Every time I decide, like, I'm gonna play Minecraft, I remember very quickly why I don't stream this game. Because when I stream, I like to talk about politics. That requires my full, like, critical thinking and reasoning brain, which it's kind of hard for me to use if I'm also playing Minecraft. So I'm trying to think about, you know, what I want to do to be, like, creative in this game, too. Let's do that. Maybe. Maybe more like this, actually. Yeah, that's probably good. Then on this side, something like this. That's probably good. Okay, look at that. That's a house. That's somebody's real house in the real world, I think. Probably. Maybe not on the inside, but on the outside, it sure looks like it. I really like the way that white trim turned out. Anyways, God, that is way more than I bargained for today. Sorry for the glib topic of conversation and the glib tone. You know, that's kind of unavoidable when politics is the way it is right now. I'm gonna raid somebody. We'll see who all is live. Next time, I might not even be playing a game. I might just be trying to shoot the shit, talk politics, etc. Hassan? Alright, we'll raid Hassan. Nice. Hope you all enjoyed me screwing around in creative mode a little bit. Built a couple of houses. That was good. See y'all next time.